ready. Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy.
Here.
Councilmember Landman.
Here.
Councilmember Dvala.
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Here.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Present.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Westluck.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. We are in the process of winding down before August recess. So we have a pretty full agenda this evening. In terms of items, we will begin with a summary from the July 8th closed session. We will also have public comments on voting items, general public comments, council comments, and then we have a couple of presentations this evening. The first is a fleet lease analysis study. And then we will have our voting items. The first is a single reading ordinance approving a contract for a multi-year tree planting. And the second is a second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 8.24 Police Employees Retirement Plan to adjust the participant contribution amount. And then we have 3 work sessions this evening. The first is options to implement a community connectors program. Second, we have the FY27 budget amendment number 1. And then our last work session is a resolution regarding the city council approach and community engagement on transitioning mayor and council term lengths from 2 to 4 years. In terms of upcoming meetings, on Wednesday, July the 22nd, the council will meet in an administrative function session for the city manager's review. The administrative functions are closed to the public. On Wednesday, July the 22nd, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will begin with the presentation, the Youth Council Annual Report. And then we will have a presentation on options to address unlawful restricted covenants. We will also have voting items that evening. The first is the first reading ordinance approving the FY27 budget amendment number 1. The first reading ordinance approving FY27 stormwater management budget amendment number 1. And then we will have work sessions that evening. It will be a work session. I'm sorry, I am showing a second work session on community connectors on this rolling.
Yes, the city manager can address that, but yes.
You're asking with respect to the July 22nd?
Correct.
Yes. We would like to have opportunity for council to discuss the resolution, proposed resolution that would follow discussion this evening. And we have a work session on that on the 22nd with a proposed consideration of a vote on the 29th.
Okay, we'll put that as a placeholder, see how tonight goes, and then determine from there.
Sure.
So on the 22nd, the council will have 2 additional work sessions that evening. The first is a resolution committing to respectful, constructive, and dignified discourse during public meetings. And then we also have recommended appointments to city boards and committees. On Wednesday, July the 29th, the council will meet at 6:30 for an administrative function, again, an administrative function session, again, related to the city manager's review. And on Wednesday, the 29th, the council will meet at 7:30. There are going to be a number of items for voting that evening. The second reading ordinance approving the FY27 budget amendment number 1, resolution regarding restricted covenants. I'm just trying to make sure. Yep, we'll have a presentation of that on the 22nd. The resolution committing to respectful, constructive, and dignified discourse during public meetings, resolution regarding implementation of a community connectors program, resolution regarding city council approach and community engagement on transitioning mayor and council member term lengths from 2 to 4 years. And then we have the consent agenda, resolution providing for appointments to the Grants Review Committee, resolution providing for appointments to the Recreation Committee, and resolution setting forth the dates of the city council summer recess. We will also have 2 work sessions that evening. The first is the Public Safety Task Force Annual Report, and then we will also have a work session on the resolution ensuring trans and non-binary protections. And then we will go on recess until September the 9th. And so with that, I will read our closed session summary from Wednesday, July the 8th. The City Council convened on July the 8th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the auditorium of the Tacoma Park Community Center, 7500 Maple Avenue, to vote to go into closed session to meet with staff and the city's labor attorney to receive a briefing and legal advice on collective bargaining negotiations with ASME Local 3399. The meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions, Article 3-305B7 and 3-305B9. Councilmember Gilbert moved to close the meeting. Councilmember Landman seconded the motion. The motion carried. Voting for, Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman, Schlegel, Gilbert, and Wesselek on Zoom. Absent, Councilmember Hanzak and Councilmember Dabala. The council reconvened in the council conference room. Present for the closed meeting were Mayor Searcy, council members Landman, Dabala on Zoom, Schlegel, Gilbert, Hanzak, and Wesselek on Zoom. Also present were City Manager DeSpirito, Deputy City Manager Hupty on Zoom, Human Resources Director Halstead, Labor Attorney Garrett Wozniak on Zoom, and City Clerk Carpenter. The council received a privileged and confidential briefing on negotiations with ASME. The council asked questions and provided comments. No actions or votes were taken at the meeting. The meeting adjourned at 7:35 p.m. Following the closed session, the city council reconvened in the auditorium for the regular meeting. And so with that, we're going to move to public comments this evening on voting items. As a reminder, voting items this evening include the single reading ordinance approving a contract for multi-year tree planting, and the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 8.24, Police Employees Retirement Plan to adjust the participant contribution amount. Do we have any public comments on voting items this evening? Okay. Do we have any virtual public comments on voting items? Okay. We're going to move to general public comments this evening. Do we have any general public comments? Come on down.
Randy Gibson, Ward 3. My comments tonight contrast an ambitious Community Connectors proposal with ineffective community engagement in the rent stabilization review. Implementation strategies for the Connectors program include, quote, develop the citywide culture and infrastructure for sustainable community trust and equity building, facilitating the necessary capacity building and coordination so community engagement is incorporated in the city's routine operations, encourage productive two-way dialogue and increase participation, unquote. The academic framework for this work includes a spectrum of public participation. The spectrum frames categories of the public's increasing impact on decisions, ranging from inform to consult, involve, collaborate, and to empower. The Connectors presentation identifies several challenges found in Tacoma Park research, including, quote, lack of consistency and diversity in community participation, effectively meeting people where they are, decline in trust in public institutions, disconnect in shared vision and approaches, limited training and capacity among staff, and the gap between stated commitments and meaningful action, unquote. So how has the Rent Stabilization Review managed community engagement? What have the staff and council done to consult, involve, collaborate, or empower residents? A consultant was hired which undertook very limited public outreach, notably a deeply flawed survey to renters and one to landlords, and also 3 stakeholder focus groups. Could the city or consultant have done more to engage the public on arguably the most important policy issue in years? How about a resident task force, or has this practice been abandoned? How about a special public hearing or dedicated council meeting where real two-way dialogue takes place? How about a resident survey informing us of the options and asking our priorities? What about convening affordable housing experts to publicly debate competing perspectives? Depending on the council's ultimate review decisions, rent-stabilized renters could be the most impacted through increased rents or possible displacement. What meaningful efforts will you make to truly engage residents, especially this hard-to-reach group? Along the public engagement spectrum, practices most closely fit is the category inform. I challenge the council not to wait for a new program or new staff, but commit to make authentic community engagement actively incorporated in the city's rent stabilization debate. As research identified, a gap exists between the city's stated commitments and meaningful action. I urge you to be forceful and creative to bridge this gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Hi, my name is Karen Elrich from Ward 5. Community Vision for Tacoma would like to respond to requests from some on the council for the immediate release of names of residents who to date have signed our petition to protect and strengthen rent stabilization. As you are aware, the review of our rent stabilization law is expected to continue into next year. CVT is also continuing to collect signature on the petition. We plan to present the mayor and council the full list of names later in the careful way we think sharing that potentially sensitive information requires. Meanwhile, we ask the mayor and council join with us in respecting the potential vulnerability to negative repercussions or retaliation from landlords that at least some tenants who participate in this kind of political advocacy may be risking. Even if the risk of this seems minor to you, we ask you to please join us in treating the matter of names here with the sensitivity that it deserves. The signers of our petition include both homeowners and renters, all of whom you represent. Out of respect for the potentially sensitive nature of renter participation now and during the long review process ahead of us, we hope you will desist from public demands for the immediate release of names. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Good evening. Sue Miller, Ward 3. At the Federal Constitutional Convention of 1787, our founders debated one-year terms versus three-year terms for the new House of Representatives. 3 years was deemed too long due to the risk that members would be, quote, more inclined to cooperate and compromise with each other than to be the careful guardians of the rights of their constituents. As a compromise, 2-year terms were held up as, quote, not so long as to remove from their mind the powerful check upon their conduct that arises from the frequency of elections, whereby the people are enabled to remove an unfaithful representative or to continue a faithful one. So, the founders understood the ability to vote someone out after 2 years as essential, not as a problem. And while newcomers do come in with lots of pesky questions, those questions are particularly illuminating to your constituents. With the move to even years and to ranked choice voting and to mail-in ballots, our elections suddenly became more complex and more work-intensive. Maybe we do have to invest more in running them. I will note that our last election cost less than one city vehicle. That seems like a bargain to me. Like the majority who have weighed in since February, I oppose 4-year terms, and I dread the divisive process we all face if council continues down this road. But if you do, we would need careful input, not only on the will of the people, but on the experiences of other cities. For instance, Cincinnati voted to shift from 2 years to 4 years, but 5 years later, 70% of voters reversed that move and they went back to 2 years. We would need to learn why. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, a committee of 15 residents voted unanimously in 2023 to drop the idea of shifting from 2 years to 4. We would need to learn why. Here in College Park, a commission of residents spent 6 months studying the question and produced a 131-page report. And then in 2024, their council voted to drop the 4-year term effort. We would need to learn why. And in Greenbelt, council wanted to shift from 2 years to 4, but residents clearly defeated the idea in a referendum just last fall. We would need to learn why. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments, Sissy? Come on down.
Hi, hello. I'm Adrienne Tilton, Ward 1. I'm here today. I'm the Vice President of Tommy's Pantry, which is a local nonprofit providing food, shelf-stable produce, wellness items, hygiene items to neighbors in need. And I'm coming tonight to just officially say that we support the Community Connectors program that has been in the works for a year that Ryan Kelly is going to speak on later tonight on the agenda. As part of Tommy's Pantry, we were honored to be included in this year-long project with the National League of Cities, with some other Tacoma Park nonprofits, Langley Crossroads. And we've been able to be a part of it and to kind of see how it's going for the year. It's been really interesting, very professional, very inspiring, very well run. Tacoma Park has been part of this project with, I don't remember how many other cities, maybe 7 other cities across the country, from places like Colorado, Illinois, all over the country, to kind of share common goals and common problems people are finding in terms of community engagement. Things are very different, of course, but also some things are the same, so it's been really interesting. Then the group has been able to get into the nitty-gritty just of local Tacoma Park stuff, and come up with a plan, a blueprint going forward for what could be kind of a really cool community engagement platform going forward for Tacoma Park. So anyway, I just wanted to show up tonight and to give my support for it because I've seen it, and as a resident and as a local nonprofit leader who attends a providers council, it's great to connect with other nonprofit leaders in Tacoma Park. This kind of has been really inspiring. This National League of Cities project has been inspiring to see kind of where providers council and local nonprofits and people working together can maybe bump it up to the next level. There's so much great energy in our community already. Obviously, we all know that. Anyway, just what I've seen this year working on this project with the city and with National League of Cities has been inspiring and interesting, and I'm excited to see where it goes. So, from Tommy's Pantry, we just wanted to show up and publicly, here, give our support for it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Arthur David Olson, Ward 4, Herbie Hancock Avenue. One lesson from the latest round of budget work is a variant on the old saying, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. In Tacoma Park, there ain't no such thing as a temporary full-time equivalent. Every last ARPA-funded position that was supposed to be temporary has become a full-time position. This is not particularly surprising. The employees involved do not want to lose their jobs.
Arthur, can you pull the mic closer to you?
Can do.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, the employees do not want to lose their jobs. Management wants the extra capacity for work they provide. Unions demand that they not lose their jobs. And the city council has no appetite for letting people go. Temporary positions become permanent even when everyone involved in creating the position states unequivocally at the outset that the positions are temporary. And they become permanent even when the hires are told upfront that the positions are temporary. Last, the mistake of creating temporary positions has led to an increase of over $400,000 a year in the tax burden on city residents. Which brings me to community connectors. The proposal before you tonight is to, and I quote, hire and onboard a not to exceed 2-year term contract staff person to facilitate the community organization network. Given what we learned, this is an absolutely unrealistic proposal. There are realistic options available. You can consider creating a permanent position with the associated permanent benefits as well as the associated permanent cost to taxpayers. You can consider a contract with a person who is not put on staff. You can determine that while Community Connectors' idea is laudable, there's no effective and affordable way to test the idea out, and you can abandon the effort. And there are doubtless other options. In considering options, I hope that you won't waste any time considering a 2-year staff position, because there ain't no such thing. And I will note that in response to the written comments that I submitted earlier, the city manager was kind enough to provide me with some clarifications. I trust that they will provide those clarifications to you tonight, and that they will appear in future documents that the council considers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other general public comments? Okay. Do we have virtual public comments?
Yes, Paul Hubner is on Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Huebner, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Jesse, you got me? Good evening, Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I would like to thank those members of this council who supported Councilman Schlegel's amendment to require that the city's racial equity lens, which includes consciousness of our climate emergency, be included as part of further policy developments with RSG. I want to say that many of us see you and heartily support requiring that the racial equity lens policy previously adopted by vote of this council be followed. We are we not bound? Is this city council not bound to follow council adopted resolutions? Why was this racial equity lens not an integral part of the information sent to the outside consultant from the very beginning? Not requiring the racial equity lens seems a serious abandonment of this city's progressive principles, especially when viewed in relief against all that is happening in our country under the present federal administration. Right now, there are 5,000 armed federal troops patrolling the streets of DC. I felt a bit intimidated walking around the town where I was born and raised. I can only imagine how black or brown folks must feel living in a country that openly hunts, kidnaps, and murders our neighbors, whether they're legally here or not. If we are to stand for our highly touted and celebrated Tacoma Park values, we should always include the town culture, and this council should strive to demand its inclusion in all city policies. To ignore the city's racial equity lens policy is to violate your very oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other virtual public comments this evening?
No.
Okay, great. We're going to move to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Going once, going twice. All right, Councilmember Schlegel.
I'm remembering that I need to try to go early. Councilmember Gilbert pointed out that I often wait. I'll just start by responding to Mr. Huebner's comment, and just briefly looking back at last week, what was stunning to me was that we seem to have so many different points of view on how the racial equity analysis is to be applied. On the one hand, it seemed that we were saying that we had voices saying that it was too complex and too costly to actually do such an analysis. And then on the other hand, we had voices seeming to be saying that it was in a situation where 84% of the renters are people of color, that it was kind of obvious what the outcome of a racial equity analysis would be. And I was strictly sticking to my interpretation of the resolution in 2017, which said that we're very much obligated to conduct a racial equity analysis, no matter how difficult it is. So in other news, I wanted to thank city staff, members of the police department, Director of Code Enforcement, Mr. Bervecchia, for joining a number of Ward 3 residents yesterday evening to discuss concerns about cross-border crime patterns. It was a very productive discussion, and I thank you, Mayor Searcy, for being there as well. And there's a lot that I shared some notes with some of the participants, some of the listservs, and I'll share with all of Ward 3 later. One of the things that I pledged to do was to double down on efforts to build meaningful relationships and connections across the DC line and across the Prince George's County line. We've made some advancements in that respect in working with our ANC4B neighbors about the Walnut and Eastern intersection. And so finding other areas of common concern and interest to work on, I think, is going to be great. Perhaps one of those could be working on the health of Tacoma Branch, which that whole area shares. And also, I just wanted to let you know that the Wild South Tacoma Map and Guide is steadily getting distributed to the little free libraries in the map area. And Village of Tacoma Park will be hosting some of the volunteers with that project tomorrow from 1 to 2:30 at the library, just to discuss its inception and how they did it, with the idea of encouraging other people in other neighborhoods to try doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Mayor Searcy. I just want to thank the people who spoke this evening. Those comments were extremely on point, cogent, and helpful. And I especially wanted to thank Ms. Elrich for pointing out to us why we haven't seen the requested list of signatories to the rent stabilization petition. I have to confess, it had not occurred to me that it might pose a potential concern or risk to tenants, and I appreciate you reminding us of the need to be sensitive to that. So thank you for your explanation, and thank you for taking care of the people who signed the petition. I just wanted to take one moment to note that we recently lost a former Ward 1 representative, Jennifer Saloma, who was my predecessor many years back, and I got a chance to meet with her and talk with her about the job during my campaign. She was a delightful neighbor and very amusing, telling me her stories about serving on the council. I'll just share one story that she told me. At the time that she was on the council, she had young children, and apparently our friend Sammy Abbott, for whom this community center is partly named, had a habit of putting the difficult questions late in the agenda in the hopes that he could wear them down. And he used to say to her, "Go home, Saloma," when he wanted her to wimp out as a parent and go home and go to sleep so he could get difficult things enacted. And I thought that it was pretty interesting that the late nights have a long history, apparently, going back a long time. So she will be very much missed by her neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wesselek.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for all the comments. I'm really happy to be here in person after a couple weeks away. Though, as visible, I was participating and listening in on the meetings the last couple of weeks, but glad to be here. I just, 2 points. One, I just wanted to lift up that in the future agenda, currently it's for July 29th, that we will be having a work session to talk about how we can better support and protect our residents who are transgender, non-binary, gender diverse. I'm taking the lead on leading that, and I welcome feedback from folks, particularly trans and non-binary residents or ones who have one in their immediate family. So please reach out to me if that is something you'd like to stay updated on or give me some feedback before then. And that will be the first meeting before, hopefully, we actually then are voting to do some of the stuff, you know? So, and then my second point is I'm Thank you, Ms. Elrich, for raising the point about why Community Vision is not sharing the names on the petition. Like Councilmember Landman, I had not thought that it could be to protect renters. I will also say, it's been at least 4 weeks since Community Vision members have brought this to our attention. Possibly more. I just know I was away 2 weeks, and the week before, Randy handed me a paper because the week before it was discussed. So I know it was at least 4 weeks. So I find it a little odd that this is the first time this is the response that we are getting. So I would be happy to talk more about that, about if there was a way to share the information in some way. Because like I've said before, and I continue to say, I represent Ward 6. It's important to me to understand who within my ward is participating in any conversation so that I can follow up with them and speak with them directly. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, good to be back on this end, too. And I'm sorry if there was some confusion last week when I was at the National League of Cities about some of the comments that I made. And one of the reasons to attend these kinds of meetings is because I was able to talk with 3 of the 4 community members, council members from places that were mentioned earlier in one of the commenters' comments. So I want to make sure that I was clear. I realize we're moving on and that we will be coming back to this in a few months after the work that the consultant and the staff have been asked to do gets done. But I would like to quote from the 2017 resolution in the resolved section. It puts it directly on the council. The council will ensure that a racial equity lens is applied. Council will apply, not the city staff will ensure, not the city staff or the consultant will, all of that. And so I think perhaps my point that that the council does need to take responsibility, and I can't speak for anybody else up here, but I'm perfectly happy to do that, and have done it before on other issues. But that's not the same thing as saying I don't want to have a phrase in a whereas or a resolve clause of a resolution. So just hope that's clear. If it's not, people know where to find me. Because of course, we will be looking at the racial equity. I will be looking at the racial equity aspects of this, and I think the bet and money is everybody else will too.
Oh,
And
just
again,
a point-
looking at the
Councilmember
racial
Schlegel, you're
equity-
out of order.
That's a
Please do
point
not
of order.
interrupt council comments. You're out of order.
I believe under Robert's rules, I'm allowed to, if I
You
hear a
have to be
statement that's-
acknowledged first. You are not acknowledged. Councilmember DeBala is in her 3 minutes for her point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And so, now I've lost my train of thought. So I'll move on to another topic, because if somebody has anything to ask me, they can. I think I've been clear. As for the petition, I share the sentiments of Councilmember Weselick. I did appreciate the sensitivity. I did think about it quite a bit before I asked for the names. I appreciate that you want to protect tenants. I deeply appreciate that. On the other hand, giving the council signatures to a petition that people signed presumably for that very purpose, like, did you tell people sign this petition, but we're not going to do anything with it? It's just going to be, no, you told them it was for the council. So I do think it's fair for us to ask for a partial list. If we need to keep it confidential, I'm sure we can figure out how to do that. I appreciate the concern for tenants. I have a number of tenants who have gotten in crossways with their landlords because they went public with something. I am very familiar with the concept. But I also do think it defeats the purpose of the petition to not share people's feelings with us. let me just see if I hit all my points. Council terms, I just wanted to remind everybody, in case you all didn't get it, that this is a proposed resolution to further explore a concept, to further explore what that would look like for Tacoma Park, and as one of the, it is not a decision to move forward on doing it. And as one of the commenters said, several communities have looked at this issue and decided that it wasn't for them, and other communities have looked at it and decided it was. And that is where we are right now. So those were the things I wanted to cover. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry if I went over.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a few of the comments that were made tonight. I always appreciate when people come out. Mr. Gibson, prior Councilmember Gibson, you talked about, and I quoted you here, you want to hear that the council is committed to making authentic, meaningful engagement. I hope it is extremely apparent that I can speak for myself in this capacity, that is virtually all I have done in my 4 years on council, and I am personally deeply, deeply committed to this, if nothing else. And, you know, I am eager to hear about the Community Navigators program as it is evolving. I have had a briefing, as the council is always offered briefings on these important topics. I had a chance for more than an hour to deeply discuss these issues with our staff, and I'm sure that I'll hear more new information. And on that count, Arthur David, you know, I came into the conversation also saying, ain't no such thing. I haven't seen it. At least in my time, I haven't seen it, and I might not go quite that far, right? But it gave me pause. So, and yet this is one of the issues that I am probably, you know, deeply, deeply passionate about. And so I want a meaningful solution. And if that's what it takes, then I want to talk about that. But yeah, I hear you, is what I'm saying. And I appreciate Ms. Tilton coming out as one of the core members of the committee from Tommy's Pantry, because her engagement, and she was clearly very satisfied with the process as one of our core community representatives. So that carries a lot of meaning with me too, and I'm interested in hearing more about those perspectives. And as in all things, I wish that in our community, all of us were able to treat each other with a greater and higher level of trust. I really, really wish that in this progressive Tacoma Park community. It would go a long way to helping us not reflect the rest of the nation. And so when we put something that happens to fall at the end of the agenda tonight, such as a discussion about council terms, and we've had a very meaningful discussion with our Board of Elections about why this issue came to the fore in the first place, and then some members of our community decided to put up very toxic signs that were unsigned that said lazy mayor and power-hungry council members, and I don't know who did them, but whoever did them doesn't have the courage to put their name on it, which is why probably some of my council members want to see some signatories on a petition, because there's a high level of distrust when people aren't willing to sign their names to things that are really ugly, folks. They're ugly, and they should not be happening in our community. This name-calling, you know, alarmist kind of thing. We are better than that. I really, really, maybe we're not every day, but we can be better, and we must be better, and we should be better. And I really think that all of us want to be those better people. So I'm just saying, let's try to be better. Let's try to be more authentic. Let's try to be more trusting, but it starts with not name calling and signing our names to things when we're able to, at least finding a way through that path, and being open-minded about the possibility that discussions can be useful. discussions about something where we don't know what the answer is, but that it's useful, because we haven't solved the issue, for example, of council compensation. We haven't solved the issue of the fact that a lot of our residents don't want to spend more tax dollars on a lot of different things, but yet somehow, you know, we're suddenly willing to spend more money possibly on, you know, on the full electoral process. I'm willing to do that, but I think it's important that we talk about where our values sit, because council compensation right now is not democratic, in my opinion. It's not democratically representative of the people. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Just checking. Okay. So I want to thank everyone for coming out this evening. The couple things that I do want to make sure I address. First and foremost, I am deeply sorry for the loss of former council member Saloma. Please, Councilmember Landman, if you have any information around any services or anything like that, to please share with us so that we can make sure that we are acknowledging those that have sat where we are sitting now, because it's not an easy feat. I appreciate Community Vision for sharing the rationale for not sharing the full list of the petition signers. I would say that this council has done a tremendous job of keeping sensitive information internal. So if you would like, we can work out a way where you can share those names with us, but we can put the necessary IT mechanisms in place so that they can't be forwarded or that it can't be shared. And then that way, you could feel a little comfort in knowing, and people can feel comfortable trusting you that when they sign a petition through Community Vision, that it's not going to be shared. But I do agree with my colleagues that it is important for us to know so that we can get a better understanding of how to target some of the additional outreach that will occur through the rent stabilization work that is ongoing. And so I do want to speak about the rent stabilization work, particularly the race equity component, as well as the community engagement. I think that there might be a little bit of a disconnect between what was discussed and the interpretation of what was meant behind what was discussed. I don't think that there's anyone on this dais that is against looking at the racial equity associated with our policies. My stance is we've sent to our consultant 6 general areas for additional review. We have not given them clear direction on any policy direction regarding any of those topics, which means that if we give a consultant general language, look at the racial equity, look at how it relates to this policy and that policy and this policy, there's an endless growth that can happen in terms of the number of things that they review and the number of ways that they review them, which results in increased costs to the city. It is more cost effective. It ensures that we receive as a council the more direct information that we need for our decision making. If we as a council are at a point where we've identified more specifically the types of specific policies, practices, and examples that we would like to consider as a council and the racial impacts associated with those actions. That in no way means that the mayor does not want to look at race equity. That in no way means that the mayor is only concerned about the cost, right? That means that the mayor is focused on making sure that we're using our limited time, our limited resources in the most effective way possible to ensure that the policies that the council wants to review have the necessary information that we need, as Councilmember Dabala mentioned, so that the council can look at the policies through a race equity lens. So I think that that is important, and I want to make sure that that point has been clarified, because I don't want there to be a takeaway that and I feel comfortable speaking with my colleagues, do not care about race equity, especially given that race equity was a priority for this council as part of our council priorities. Also, just want to briefly talk about community engagement as it relates to rent stabilization, the rent stabilization work. As a reminder, there will be additional engagement as it pertains to the policy levers that this council identified in its resolution that was recently passed. So again, we are trying to help everyone to give us more specific feedback, and the way that you do that is by having more targeted conversations, and the way that they can do that is by this council, which it did in the resolution that was passed, sharing specific policy areas that we would like to receive more feedback on. Again, it's a way to not only make sure that we're getting the necessary information back from our consultants, but it also will enable us to ensure that our consultants have a better idea of who to target in terms of engagement and what type of engagement needs to happen. So I just want to make sure that that point is clear. In terms of community connectors, thank you for those that have shared your feedback regarding community connectors. I am excited that we're moving forward in the way that we are. I too share concerns about cost, Arthur. So you're not alone. We will be looking out for that. But I do think that it is critically important for us to make sure that we're taking a holistic lens in terms of how we're engaging our residents. I think it's really easy for us to operate under assumption that the reason our room is empty is because people don't care. And it's like, no, maybe we're not asking the right questions. Maybe we're not engaging them on the right topics. Maybe 7:30 on a Wednesday is just not ideal for young parents with kids that have to be put in the bed. Maybe if you have you're living in an apartment building with flooding or the AC not working and it's 100 degrees, you could care less about what the city council is talking about. Instead, the council needs to focus more on getting the air going in your building, right? And so it is more about not how can we engage people around the things that we think are important, but how can we identify the topics and the issues that matter to them and engage them on those matters. We've had some good examples in the past of taking that approach and how much more of a diverse exchange that we received, particularly as we were doing some additional community engagement around the rec center, which started with a meet the need first model, which turned into more engagement as it pertains to the needs of the rec center. So I do look forward to the presentation that we're going to have this evening, and my hope is that it will at least spark some additional thoughts around different approaches that we can take to better engage our community. With that, I do want to just say again, thank you, Councilmember Honzak, for Long Branch. Yes, the Long Branch ribbon cutting. It feels like ages. Like I'm saying, what day was that? That was on Monday. Councilmember Honzak and I had an opportunity to participate in the MHP ribbon cutting for their new office space that is in Long Branch. And so definitely want to send our congrats to Montgomery Housing Partnership and all of the work that they're doing, not just in terms of their Main Street determination in Long Branch, but also as it relates to some of the great work that they're doing even here in the city of Tacoma Park. Councilmember Honzak, did you want to mention that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll cede a little of my time to that.
Yeah.
And then also just want to remind folks that echoing Councilmember Schlegel, our appreciation of the police department, not just Tacoma Park Police, but Prince George's as well as DC for the meeting last night. Definitely walked away with a lot of action items of things that we could do to help improve cross-jurisdictional coordination and collaboration to address crime in the area. And I do believe that there may be another meeting that is happening, a different meeting that will be happening tomorrow as well. And then on Friday, I think I have this right, there's the outdoor movie night, Barbie, that will be at the Flower Ave Urban Park. And that will, I believe, start at 6 p.m. And so with that, Councilmember Honzak, did you want to talk about the MHP?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate that. I think this is a testament to where my brain is at, you guys. I'm sorry, I've been up since 5 this morning, and I am at the tail end of a 4-week teacher training boot camp. I am retraining because my prior profession has been essentially put on hold due to the current federal administration. So I have been working very long days, and I squeezed in 2 hours to make sure that I was able to go to the Main Street Long Branch grand opening, and it was just so fantastic. I want to, the mayor shouted out to MHP, but I also really want to shout out to some of our legacy business owners who have put their, their blood, sweat, and tears literally into making this happen. For example, the owners of Roxana's Flowers, Zippy Tax, El Gavilan, El Golfo, Beijing Delight, all of these folks have held some kind of leadership role as well in our Long Branch Business League, and without them, we wouldn't be where we are today. The new office space is absolutely spectacular that MHP has built in a garage behind Zippy Tax, so hopefully you'll be able to go to one of these Long Branch events and step inside. I understand they're actually going to open up the space for community events as well, so that should be really cool. And it's like a garage door that kind of opens up. And it's right on the edge of Ward 5, and so it feels like the sort of heart and soul of our community. And there are a number of nonprofit leaders. There were all kinds of folks, including and I'm blanking, Jay. Help me out, folks, from our governor's office. Jake Day, thank you. Jake Day, the head of housing, was there, as well as Mark Elrich, our county executive, who lives in Ward 5 too, and all were present at the wonderful grand opening, because I think that the credit goes not just to all the folks we've mentioned, but this has been, it takes a village, and it's been, I think, on track for 10 or 15 years to try to, it's going to keep going, but this is really one of the grand highlights of a, 10, 15, 20-year, stepping process.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I do just want to send a quick shout out to our HCD staff. Our housing team has been working in lockstep with Discover Long Branch, with MHP in their quest and their application process for a Main Street designation. And so I do want to thank, of course, Devin, Chrissy Paloma, Chrissy and Alana, and all of the folks that really worked to make sure that we were able to help them with moving forward. And of course, our District 20 delegation had some folks come in in recognition, and Kate Stewart her office had staff there as well. So there was lots of fun things that were happening in Long Branch on Monday. And so with that, I'll turn things over to City Manager for City Manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and for residents and guests. From the City Clerk's Office, the City's Board of Elections and Ethics Commission will host an information session for prospective candidates and treasurers tomorrow, which is Thursday, July 16th at 7 p.m. in the Community Center Hydrangea Room. Attendance by Zoom is an option. This session is designed for residents who are considering becoming a candidate in the upcoming 2026 city election and would like to learn more about what is involved in running for office. Additional information is available on the city website or by contacting the city clerk. From the police department, Corporal Brandon Addison has been selected as the Tacoma Park Police Department's 2025 Officer of the Year. Congratulations, Corporal Addison, on this well-deserved recognition. This honor reflects his professionalism, dedication, and commitment to serving our community and the department. Thank you to Corporal Addison for his outstanding work and for the positive example he sets every day. Also, please join us in congratulating Lieutenant Cynthia Williams on her retirement after more than 27 years in law enforcement. We wish Cynthia a happy, healthy, and well-deserved retirement. From the Public Works Department, Washington Gas will be replacing the gas main on Carroll Avenue between Eastern Avenue and Columbia Avenue beginning on July 27th. This work is expected to take up to 2 months. The work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Monday through Friday. The operation will close a single lane, and flaggers will direct traffic through the construction area. The public's patience during this infrastructure replacement project by Washington Gas will be very much appreciated. And finally, from the City Manager's Office, our staff shout out this week is from our Communications Department, celebrating the work of our City TV team. Please join us in congratulating Alvaro Calabia, Bien Martinez, and Edwin Bernal of Tacoma Parks City TV, who have been recognized with an Emmy Award in the Health and Medical Long-Form Content category at the 68th National Capital Emmy Awards. City TV was awarded for its videography work on the show Invisible Scars, a project that brings visibility to chronic pain and its real impact, as well as the physical and emotional aftermath of plastic surgery. City TV worked with Edu Futuro director Andrea Serralde and producer Eduardo Lopez to share the story of Stephanie Gamboa and her life with endometriosis. So again, congratulations to our very talented communications TV team. We're very proud of you. This concludes my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congrats, congrats, congrats to City TV. I don't think you all realize how they are everywhere. I don't know how they do it, but we are very fortunate to have the tremendous City TV team here in Tacoma Park.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
this is a point of information request for the city manager about the work that the gas people are going to be doing, because a couple times, and in their notice too, they referred to the work from Eastern Avenue, starting at Eastern Avenue, but the first block between Eastern and the end of the project is called Laurel Avenue. Is Laurel Avenue also part of the project, or does it? It doesn't start. It only starts at the corner of Westmoreland. Yeah.
Director Braithwaite, would you mind answering that
Yeah.
question?
Yeah, Carroll Avenue connects to Eastern, just in front of the church. Across from, yeah, so it will not be affecting Laurel Avenue. It'll be going past it around the corner. Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we're going to move to our first presentation this evening, which is the fleet lease analysis study. With that, I believe I'm turning things over to Deputy City Manager Eubanks.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, Council will receive a presentation from our consultant, Matrix Consulting Group, on the fleet analysis, the fleet lease analysis. You all may recall that in response to the City Council's interest in evaluating opportunities to reduce the cost of operating the city's vehicle fleet, city staff issued an RFP in January 2026, inviting qualified firms to submit proposals to analyze the financial and operational impacts of a transition from the existing ownership model to the fleet leasing model. The city received 3 RFP submissions, and the Matrix Consulting Group was identified as the most qualified vendor based on the RFP evaluation criteria. In your packet, you have this evening's presentation. There is a revised version that's marked revised. That's the version that we'll be using this evening. And with us, we have our consulting group, led by Ms. Catherine Vigneault and Ruth Olson. And I will turn it over to Catherine to take us through the presentation.
Thanks very much, Mayor, councilors, city staff, and others.
Catherine, we cannot hear you. We can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. I was going to say my audio is on, so that's great. So mayor, councilors, city staff, and others, good evening. Thanks for the invitation for us to present the findings of the fleet lease analysis study. My name's Catherine Vigneault, and I am the project manager for this study. Over the next 20 minutes, I'd like to present the following. After an introduction to the project team and task plan, I'm going to concentrate on our findings. These do include a replacement plan for the city's fleet and recommendations regarding vehicle acquisition, as well as the road to electrification. The formal purpose of the study was to evaluate whether transitioning from a fleet ownership model to a leased fleet model would improve financial, operational, climate, and service performance outcomes. Now I'd like to introduce the project team. Our project team was comprised of 2 fleet consultants. We have over 70 years of fleet management expertise, and we were assisted with data analysts. Both Ruth and I are certified fleet managers through NAFA, the Fleet Association. We speak at multiple industry events on our areas of expertise, and we've been instructors and trainers for NAFA for over 25 years. I was a fleet manager. I had a fleet of over 32,000 vehicles, a government fleet, and Ruth has been both a government and a private fleet manager. Our approach is shown on the next slide, which shows the task plan. We start with a fleet profile. We start all of our projects this way. This fleet profile includes an inventory of the fleet, and then information on the current fleet organization, the budget, any technology in use, the policy framework, and job descriptions. We then did a market review of the leasing market, including the main stakeholders in the market and the types of leases available. We then looked at the financial, the operational, the environmental impacts of leasing vehicles. We also documented the legal and procurement risks or areas to avoid in contracting. Finally, we brought this all together in a comprehensive final report with chapters on each of these interim deliverables. This also included a decision matrix using criteria approved by the city and an implementation plan where all the recommendations were assigned a level of effort and a priority. At every step and every opportunity, we assessed the extent to which Tacoma Park adheres to industry standards and best practices. Go ahead, Ruth.
So first we started with the profile for the city of the fleet. And there were 83 vehicles in the classifications shown. The average age of 5.5 years was determined because 20 assets were replaced in 2025. This is slightly below a municipal average in the industry of 6 to 8 years. This indicates the model year of all of the assets. Note that this deviated from the city's planned replacement of 5 to 8 vehicles per year from 2022 to 2025 due to ongoing acquisition challenges lingering over from COVID. As will be discussed, these procurement spikes are not desirable, and we will recommend a leveling strategy for the future. Although the city had planned to replace 5 to 8 vehicles each year, market realities made that impossible and created this spike in 2025. When we took a look at leasing, There are two types of leases that we should discuss. First, open-ended leases. This is a flexible leasing agreement that allows unlimited mileage and has no specific damage penalties. The lessee is responsible for paying a fixed monthly payment, and at the end of the term, the difference between the vehicle's estimated residual value and its actual market value. It is the most common commercial option. This option is characterized by flexible mileage, as mentioned, use and lease terms with no mileage limits, no wear and tear penalties. However, damage will impact value, and it is well suited for high mileage work vehicles. The second type is closed end. This is a vehicle or equipment rental agreement in which the lessee pays a fixed monthly payment based upon an agreed upon mileage and returns the vehicle at the end of the term. At lease end, the lessee does not pay if the vehicle's market value is lower than the residual value, but owes for excess mileage and excess wear and tear, as defined in the contract. This structure provides predictable costs for fleets with stable mileage in standard duty use. Other characteristics, exceeding set mileage limits or causing excessive damage can result in additional fees. The lessee is not responsible for the difference if that vehicle's actual value is lower than the estimated value at the end of the term. So when we took a look, we discussed both those open and closed end leases, but you also need to resolve how maintenance would be provided. Most government fleets are supported by a government-owned shop. This allows them to ensure that emergency and operational services can be provided as needed, and that the vehicles supporting those operations are prioritized for repair and are available when required. This is a best practice. When an organization leases vehicles, maintenance is provided in one of three ways. The city provides in their own shop less warranty work. There's a call center at the leasing company and you pay as you go, or you can use the call center for fixed monthly pricing. Now, most governments use open-ended leases because of the flexibility accorded, and they use their own maintenance shops instead of paying the fleet management company to handle the maintenance for a set monthly fee. When we took a look at the lease providers, we took a look at national, regional, and local providers. To experience the benefits of aggregate pricing, remarketing, and full service for all vehicle types, we sought quotes from national providers. All provided detailed pricing information based on the city's fleet and financial profile. Overall, there are leasing solutions that could be suitable for Takoma Park. The vehicle types that they were providing are the same types as being used at Takoma Park. Leases are 60 months, so vehicles would be replaced within industry life cycles with the benefits of new technology and safety, and a 60-month life cycle enables deployment of electric vehicle trials or replacements. However, continuing to purchase can also result in the appropriate vehicles with the technology, safety, and environmental benefits, and it can be done for a lower total cost of ownership. Leasing has a greater financial risk and less operational control.
Therefore, as a result of the financial and operational assessments, we can confirm that vehicle purchasing remains the recommended option for the city. And I want to talk a little bit more detail about why this is the case. So I'll concentrate first on the TCO, or total cost of ownership, followed by the operational control. This slide captures the crux of the TCO, and I hope you can read it. I understand you have copies in your notes for tonight's meeting. What it says, it looks at the 4 vehicle types, which are the most commonly used by the city and which would be the most likely vehicles to be leased. For each of those vehicles, we solicited pricing information from 3 fleet management companies. Enterprise, who was the company that originally approached the city, as well as Holman and Mike Albert. We then took invoices available, past pricing, and were able to generate the total cost of ownership of the Tacoma Park vehicles. So first of all, the way we calculated the cost of the vehicle is simply by taking the monthly lease fee, adding the administrative fees, and subtracting the residual value. So here you will find that in every case, the purchase cost of the vehicle is lower than any of the leasing companies provided. These findings are consistent with our past experience. The TCO of leasing is almost always higher than purchasing. I want to turn to the operational impacts for a moment. There are both positive and negative aspects associated with leasing. These open-end leases with the 60-month timeframes, they can in fact result in reduced downtime, higher employee satisfaction because they're operating newer vehicles, shorter replacement cycles, less administration for staff for purchasing and selling vehicles, fleet standardization, improved safety, and some newer technology. However, purchasing vehicles and replacing them according to optimum life cycles has all of these same positive benefits. The disadvantages of leasing include a loss of flexibility. It becomes harder to accommodate specialty or non-standard use vehicles. There's a tendency to overprotect certain assets to stay within leasing parameters and not pay penalties. There's decreased flexibility as a result of this, and the data and information is largely controlled by the lessor. In addition, that admin time saved from vehicle acquisition is now spent in contract administration. As overall, cost and control were prioritized as a decision criteria for Tacoma Park, leasing is really not the best fit for the city. We're also asked to analyze the impact of leasing on electric vehicle transition. In any electrification strategy, we recommend that fleets follow these 10 steps. And for the most part, there's no difference between electrifying a leased fleet or a purchased fleet. However, I do want to highlight the 3 areas in yellow where there are slight differences. So first, when it comes to right sizing, owned fleets run a greater risk of retaining older assets after they've been replaced. We call that a shadow fleet or fleet creep. Whereas with leased assets, 1-for-1 replacement is the norm, so it avoids the creation of a shadow fleet. It is possible, however, through a disciplined approach to fleet right sizing with annual utilization reviews and strict adherence to a utilization policy to avoid this shadow fleet creation and purchase fleets. Next up in vehicle selection. Selecting leased vehicles at 60-month intervals really provides an opportunity to assess the actual utilization, updated utilization of the asset. That in turn allows you to implement new technologies such as electrification. Since life cycles for purchased vehicles tend to be longer, electrification may be delayed. And then tied to this is replacement planning. So replacement planning for a lease fleet is pretty straightforward. You know what your lease terms are. You can plan well in advance. In an owned fleet, as previously said, replacement planning is often impacted by available budget, and not all assets due for replacement are necessarily replaced at their optimum point. This can also delay the introduction of EVs. So while the potential exists for an owned fleet to delay EV introduction, this does not have to be the case. Careful utilization management, careful selection of replacements, and adherence to a replacement plan with the lowest total cost of ownership will ensure that EVs are introduced at the same pace they would be in a leased fleet. And these are all best practices.
So this doesn't mean that the status quo should be retained, as there are areas for improvement in replacement planning. This table demonstrates the number of vehicles per class and the city's replacement policies, which are in line with industry standards. Industry best practice is to replace vehicles within the established life cycles, and this can only be done with adequate funding. We developed a 20-year replacement plan for Takoma Park that does 3 things. Ensures vehicles are replaced as close as possible to industry standards and Takoma Park life cycles, minimizing the total cost of ownership, and levels the annual procurement. As you can see from this graph, 2027 to 2031 reflect a leveled plan. After 2032, there remain peaks and troughs, but there is an opportunity to address these through annual updates to the plan. We will leave a copy of the replacement plan with Takoma Park so that the city can review the plan after the first 5 years and create a more leveled plan for subsequent years based on actual purchases. And this type of replacement plan with a dedicated fleet replacement fund is an industry best practice.
Therefore, we arrived at the following recommendations. Any recommendation shown here without a priority in the second and the third column, is because it's already being done and it should continue. To further decode the priorities, priority A means it should start within 6 months, B between 6 and 18, and C after 18 months. The level of effort, if it's 0, it means you're already doing it. If it's a 1, it means less than 25,000. A 2 is between 25 and 50, and a 3 is over 50. Just to give a broad level of effort so you understand what's involved in actually implementing these recommendations. So overall, these recommendations are presented in order of priority and not in the order that they first appeared in the report. We recommend the following. First of all, accumulate sufficient capital funds for future fleet replacement. This is a best practice. Also, continue to introduce EVs where possible. Maintain your current maintenance shop with the current prioritization of repair, as well as your preventive maintenance program. Again, these are best practices. Use optimum life cycles to minimize total cost of ownership, and continue with the ownership model. In the next 6 months, the next level of priorities, the following should be addressed. Avoid delaying replacement and extending the age of your fleet. Adopt the utilization policy that we've recommended for the city. Stay informed on EV regulations and make sure that charging infrastructure is installed ahead of vehicle purchases. Next, we recommend standardization where possible, proactively planning EV transition, and developing the infrastructure. Finally, we think the city would benefit significantly from an investment in fleet technology and systems to improve decision-making. In conclusion, Coma Park is doing a lot of things right or in accordance with best practice. They have set replacement cycles. They operate an internal shop with a preventive maintenance program. They have knowledgeable staff in place. The project team, in fact, acted as excellent ambassadors for the city. Thank you very much for your time and efforts in seeking the right solution to continue to meet operational priorities. That concludes the formal part of our discussion, and we look forward to taking your questions. I will note, we'll try to answer everything that you have immediately. We have the report up as well to refer to, but if we cannot address it quickly, we will address it together tomorrow morning and get you a written reply within 48 hours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for this thorough presentation and thorough report. This has been really, really helpful, and I hope to use this as a way to continue to advocate for some of the things that I know that we've been told by staff for many years, but sometimes residents don't believe us, such as we should not delay our fleet replacement past the deadlines, you know. And so I think some of this has been really not only enlightening, but also helpful for us as we are having conversations with the community, especially as it relates to vehicle replacement. Quick question. In looking at the recommendations, and as I mentioned, I appreciate you all highlighting in order of the priorities, avoiding delaying the fleet replacement past the established life cycles. One question I have is, how does that also impact adopting a utilization policy that would address all aspects of vehicle retention, rotation, and care? It would seem to me that in order for us to move in the direction that you all outlined in terms of the fleet replacement and kind of leveling things out, making sure that we are avoiding those delays in replacement would be critical in terms of ensuring that that happens. Am I interpreting all of these different pieces correctly? It seems like some of them relate to one another.
You're 100% correct. The adoption of the utilization policy and having annual utilization reviews would allow you to rotate high usage and low usage vehicles, which in turn helps in leveling and knowing when vehicles are due to replace. So one vehicle isn't accumulating mileage at a way faster rate, therefore requiring replacement sooner than others purchased in the same year, because you're rotating vehicles by following this utilization policy.
Great, thank you, because I'm kind of thinking of them as a pair, even though they both may cost money. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you so much. This was exceedingly clear. I just want to make sure that I fully understand, and hopefully this is useful to colleagues and residents alike. So our city has our equipment replacement reserve, and we put money in it, I believe, every year. And I know that there have been some years where we haven't probably put enough money in it. So wait, let me look at my director. Is that I've got that right? So, and I don't know exactly how many years that entails over time, but what I guess I'm curious about is, when you say that we need to level out our purchasing over the coming 20 years, and you look backwards in time as well, I mean, since we have an equipment replacement reserve, if the city were putting in the proper amount every year, doesn't that in itself primarily serve as the leveling force? Where the spikes are, you know, if you happened to have a lot of vehicles coming due in a given year, that just having the reserve in itself, you know, buffers against those spikes, if you will, because you're not taxing, you're 2025 residents of Tacoma Park some higher rate because you happen to need to buy or replace vehicles in 2025. Rather, it's spread out, over all the years of the lives of the vehicles, and it's spread out in a reasonable way across the generations of people that might live here. Am I thinking of that correctly? Or, I guess, what am I missing there? Because I feel like maybe the crux here is just, are we topping up our ERR, or is that too simple?
No, I think that you're right. You're on point with this. So when we talk about an optimum replacement point and replacing vehicles at the lowest TCO, we all know intuitively that if you spread the cost of vehicle capital over time, it kind of goes down annually, but equipment maintenance costs and fuel costs go up. So that's why the total cost of ownership is the total of those two cost curves, and is kind of a U.
Gotcha.
And the flat bottom means that you can replace the vehicle it's not a single point in time, it's a range, usually a 2-year range, where you're replacing a vehicle at the right time. So if you put the right amount of money into your equipment replacement reserve, that money is going to be there when the vehicle becomes due for replacement. However, because in your current plan you've created spikes through no fault of your own, due to these 20 replacements in 2025, what that means is that there's going to be years where those spikes recur, maybe in 12 years if that's the life cycle of those vehicles. And every time that occurs, you have to dig deeper into the equipment reserve, but also you have the administrative hassle, workload, sometimes impossibility of trying to onboard a large number of vehicles at the same time. Mm-hmm. And that's why we recommend this approach to level your replacement. So as I said, without costing you more money, we can delay replacement of certain vehicles for 2 years. And that will eventually even your ups and downs in the replacement curve and make it more predictable financially and easier administratively to implement.
Thank you for that explanation. That's a lot to think about. So you're basically saying admin and maintenance costs can also spike and have downfalls. I guess the economist in me that likes to see these things spaced out over time would think, okay, well then if you were to create a maintenance fund that worked a lot like the ERR, that could help to spread more evenly some of those things, but I can see where that could get very complex. So thank you. I appreciate that clarifying my logic. Had some gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Honzak. And I do want to quickly piggyback off of your point, because I do think that it's important that there's typically like 2 decision points that the council has to make where there can be a possibility of there being a bit of a deviation from the schedule that might be ideal, right? So it's the decision during budgeting around the contribution to the ERR, which is one decision point. And we all know, because we've dealt with budgets, that can sometimes be a question point, and how much to contribute. Do you contribute the full amount and the like? And then there's often a second decision point when it actually comes to the purchase of the vehicle, in terms of the actual cost of the vehicle, the timing of the purchase, the availability of the vehicle. And so when I'm thinking through, aspects of, when we're thinking about our utilization policy and the like, I hear you, Councilmember Honzak, in terms of the maintenance costs and taking all of that and the total cost into consideration. But I also think it's important for us to keep in mind that sometimes we can get off schedule based on these critical 2 decision points that council typically has to make. And that is whether or not to contribute to the ERR in terms of the recommended amount, which will help us to stay on schedule, and whether or not to purchase the vehicles when they become available and they are scheduled to be replaced. And I think that's the other piece, and that if we get off on either of those decision points, that's when it can be a lot easier for us to either through external factors that we have zero control over, such as the availability of the vehicles or the price of a vehicle when it becomes available. But then there's also points where we can get off schedule based on things that we have some control over in terms of decisions regarding the ERR contribution and when and if the council decides to make the purchase when it is made available to us. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 3 questions, and I want to thank you very much for your very clear explanation and a really very readable report, even for those of us who could not possibly know less about vehicles. And that would be me. So first off, I wanted to ask you whether, because you've talked about making sure that you try and keep your replacement activities on a sort of pre-planned schedule. Our own Director of Public Works has told us that the new arrivals, the EVs, are behaving differently in terms of their maintenance needs and potentially their life cycles. So my question about that and my other follow-on question is also about the replacement and sticking to that schedule. Are you making adjustments in like best practices for replacement of EVs in terms of the timelines that you're looking at for replacement, given the way that they may be performing differently? Or is that like maybe something we should be looking at 5 years down the road? When we revisit, as you said, we should be revisiting this periodically? That's my first question. Thank you.
That's a great question. And the answer is that you're not the first person, or the first entity, the first city to introduce EVs. In fact, City of New York is well down the road. Many cities in California and Florida are well down that road and have learned that the maintenance on EVs, on light duty vehicles, is somewhere around 30 to 40% of the current maintenance on ICE or internal combustion engine vehicles. So we do take that into account when we're creating replacement plans and when we're making predictions for the future. The capital cost of EVs, as I'm sure you're aware, is higher, but that's quickly recouped by the savings in maintenance costs. So yes, we do take that into account, and yes, there's lots of government entities out there who have already learned this and from whom we can learn. And that's the benefit of NAFA, the Fleet Association, or APWA, American Public Works Association. You have the opportunity to benefit from learning from others, so you don't have to make mistakes or invent this yourself.
Thank you. I think you're saying basically we can look to those data to maybe make adjustments on different types of vehicles to what the replacement timeline would be using that data gathered by the association. So the other thing you said about smoothing things out was that, that vehicles maybe should be swapped out to keep the mileages, I guess, relatively even. And I was wondering about how that would work, like in our police department where the people take the vehicles home with them, and some live much further away and are going to probably be building up mileage usage much more rapidly. Are you actually recommending that the vehicles be like switched among officers or patrol officers? And is there some experience with that? I've understood from our police department that officers don't necessarily like that. So I wonder if you can answer whether you have dealt with that before and what recommendations you make there.
Yes, we have certainly dealt with that before, both in fleets we personally managed and in lots of our clients. I believe it comes down to a culture of my car versus city car. We are not advocating that we're taking somebody's car or changing somebody's car out on a monthly basis, but especially in where you have examples of vehicles that are really running high mileages due to the take-home vehicle policy. It's a really great idea, and it doesn't have to be monthly. This can be an annual thing, even every 2 years, depending on the mileages involved. And we think, and in our experience, we've benefited from giving the people affected the information and the data that shows them why those decisions are being made, and in doing so, getting people on board. But it is a cultural shift from my car to the city's car.
Thank you very much. May I ask one more brief question? Okay, just if I may. Just one more. You mentioned new technologies. It was the last thing on your list of recommendations, new technologies the city should consider adopting for safety and other reasons. Could you just elaborate slightly on what those would be and what their function would be?
Even if it's not an EV, there's a fuel degradation. We calculate about 2% per year in internal combustion engine vehicles. So introducing newer vehicles means that your fuel costs are kept under control. And then on the safety side, I can't even predict what's going to be next for vehicle safety, but going from airbags to collision avoidance technology, manufacturers are constantly coming out with better and safer vehicles. So if you're keeping your vehicles for 10 years, you're delaying introducing safer technologies in your fleet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I first had an observation based on what you said, Mayor Searcy, which is that if the equipment replacement reserve or the purchase decisions at budget time have had a tendency to become a political football, then maybe leasing has a benefit because it's kind of, you set it and let it run, it's just a thought. In terms of questions, I just had a couple. First, you were referencing elements such as the average city fleets, such as mileage, the degree of the need for flexibility, the types of wear and tear on vehicles, and any usage, how relevant usage constraints are. And I wondered, here in Tacoma Park, were there any particular characteristics in our city that make us different from average that you came across?
No, we did not note anything. Obviously, we don't compare Tacoma Park to Long Beach, California. We would compare it to relatively small to medium-sized fleets, East Coast. So in that comparison group, no, there was nothing really outstanding or significant that came up in our analysis.
Okay, thank you. And then in your report on page 3, you said that leasing, and I appreciate the entire report, and I've read it and I understand, and I get the logic of the whole thing. I'm just thinking about, since we have this commitment to shifting to EVs, you did say leasing performs better in terms of EV adoption due to faster vehicle replacement cycles and greater flexibility in adopting new technologies. So if we are in a period of time when EVs are rapidly improving in terms of technologies or perhaps even more reduced maintenance costs, are you saying that it may be that if a city has a strong commitment to switching out the fleet, that leasing could work for a decade or something until such time as the technology matures?
So leasing can be an advantage when it comes to EVs because you're replacing vehicles more quickly, technically, than were you to be delaying replacement, but at additional cost. If you are following best practice, properly funding your equipment replacement reserve, and then replacing the vehicles on a timely basis, then purchasing is still the better option.
Okay, yes, thank you. And the last question was, in terms of the plan for leveling the replacement, I may be using the wrong term, I'm sorry, but the plan for leveling out, where we have the peaks and valleys in the annual number of
Sure.
vehicles being replaced. In your cost assessment, that was the one that got a 3, being the most expensive. And could you explain a little bit more why that has an added expense? Because it sounded like one of the tools used is to delay the replacement of vehicles in a certain, like, large cohort for a year or two.
I'm gonna have to look that up. To, just one second here.
In other words, if the idea is to get rid of our tall peak replacement years in our long-term replacement plan, and we're doing that by holding on to vehicles for an extra year or two, then how is it that in your analysis that is a more expensive option? Is it because we would start to see the maintenance costs rising that rapidly as we came out of that U shape?
Did I take this one, Kate?
Go right ahead, and also Director Braithwaite is at the mic as well.
Just one second, I just want to confirm what you're asking for. So in the model, we ranked cost for purchasing versus cost for leasing. And we determined that purchasing was the lower cost. And that then we went on to create the replacement plan that would respect vehicle life cycles and replace them during the optimum period, which, as I just explained, is not just a single point in time, but could shift slightly. So that's why I'm just trying to find where you say that we ranked it a 3.
This was on
I
page,
think it's
page 20.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to contribute that it's not only delaying a purchase, it could also be moving forward a purchase. So I think that more triggers additional money. When you have, like we have, the big spike, you're not going to catch up or even out by just delaying,
And
because
sometimes
you
you
have
can't.
too many vehicles to delay. You would move some up, you would move some back. So it wouldn't necessarily be in one direction. That's all I wanted to
Okay,
offer.
that's kind of what I suspected, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. And I want to thank the Matrix Consulting Group for all of the work that you've done in this thorough report. Councilmember Schlegel asked the question, well, if there's decision points that have to be made by council regarding the ERR and regarding the purchase, and there's the possibility for political stuff to get in the way, why not just pay more money through the leasing? And my refute to that is the fact that we are now educated on the actual cost. And this is something, this report that Matrix has provided is not just for us, it is for future councils, and will educate everyone regarding the best practices that the city should imply. And I mean, I think, or should adhere to, and I think we often talk about best practices, prior council desire, prior feedback received. And I think that the report that this group has provided has been so thorough that it will not only help to educate current and future council members on the value of sticking to the schedule. It'll also inform our city staff policies in helping to develop a schedule that would be more cost effective for the city. And it also will serve as a tool to help us with educating our residents when we receive questions regarding vehicle replacement. So I want to say thank you all very much because this report is so thorough that it will serve lots of purposes over the coming years. And we definitely appreciate all of the hard work that you and our city staff that have been working on this has put in on this product. So thank you all so much.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
And so with that, we're going to move to our voting session this evening. We have 2 items. The first is a single reading ordinance approving a contract for multi-year tree plantings. Just want to check with staff to make sure there are no additional changes or edits before we vote?
No changes, Mayor.
Excellent. Would someone like to move the single reading ordinance approving a contract for multi-year tree planting?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman, for the second. Any points of discussion? All right. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. The next item is the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.24, Police Employees Retirement Plan to adjust the participant contribution amount. Just want to quickly check with staff to see whether or not there's been any adjustments.
There have
See.
not.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager Hupty. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Any points of discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. All right, so next we're going to move to our work sessions. The first item is options to implement a Community Connectors program.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry I'm not there today. I am nursing a terrible flu, so my apologies for not being there. This item before you is the options on the Community Connectors. As you are aware, we have been working on this item for some time. In tonight's presentation, we are going to have folks from NLC, specifically Lourdes Aceves, who is a director of the Health and Wellbeing for the National League of Cities. She will be speaking on the program and the city's participation and what the process was and the progress that we've made. After Lourdes does the presentation, it will be turned over to Mr. Kelly, Ryan Kelly, our Director of Communications, who has been leading this effort. And with that, I will turn it over to Ryan. My apologies. I'll turn it over to Lourdes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Hepty, for pronouncing my name right. That's a rare treat. But to reintroduce myself, my name is Lourdes Aceves, and I direct the Health and Wellbeing team at the National League of Cities. And for more than 100 years, NLC has supported local elected officials like yourselves and city staff in improving the quality of life for residents. So Mayor Searcy, thank you for welcoming me tonight. City Manager DeSpirito, Deputy City Manager Eubanks, City Clerk Clark, who walked away, and to the esteemed council. It's really my pleasure and privilege to be here tonight.
10 years ago, NLC established a health and well-being team, and the goal of it was to position cities to embrace their role as health leaders and collaborate with their communities to create healthy, inclusive, and equitable places. And let's see, I hope I can go to the next slide here. There we go. So the primary way we do this is through the Cities of Opportunity, which is a free program offered by NLC to help cities make sure that all their residents enjoy good health and long lives. It was launched in 2018 with support from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation to help accelerate health equity. So the Cities of Opportunity help cities address the interconnected factors that shape health and well-being and build the capacity to address lasting change. And one of the most powerful opportunities that we make available to cities is our deep dive cohorts. You all can see the screen, right? Yeah, okay. So you'll see on there on that list is the deep dive cohorts, where we work with groups of cities intensively over time, such as the Community Engagement Academy, which the City of Tacoma Park has been engaged with over the past year. In this time together, we build the capacities of cities to put equity and community engagement at the core of their decision-making processes to ensure that decisions are informed by evidence, data, and the lived experiences of residents. So the goal is to help city leaders strengthen 7 critical capacities that you see there on the slide, 7 critical capacities to reduce health disparities. We've identified these 7 capacities for action as the building blocks cities need to sustain progress. They include policy, data, partnerships, funding, cross-departmental alignment, equity, and authentic community engagement. And although they may appear separate, they reinforce one another. And when one is weak, the whole system feels it. I'm going to hone in on one of those capacities for the purpose of today's conversation. And one of the core capacities is authentic community engagement. Without strong engagement, policies can be developed without full context. Data can lack meaning and trust. Partnerships can become surface level, and implementation becomes harder. So engagement is not just another capacity. It is the capacity. It's what helps ensure that the city's work is grounded in community reality. And most cities engage, including Tacoma Park, engage their communities in some way along a spectrum, right? So the difference is whether that engagement is occasional and project specific. Maybe, you know, there's a community center being built and you want to engage a community on their thoughts, or whether residents are partners in shaping solutions, or whether engagement is embedded in city policies, practices, and structures. So the goal here for the Academy is not simply to do more engagement. It's to structure the organization so that engagement is consistent, meaningful, and sustainable. And that's why cities across the country are rethinking not just whether they engage, but how their organizations are structured to do it well. So the Community Engagement Academy was created in direct response to what cities told us they needed. We conducted focus groups in the summer of 2024 with NLC members, and they told us they needed support on 2 particular of those capacities that you just saw in that honeycomb. One of them will not surprise you, increased and diversified funding. Right? We need more money. The other was authentic community engagement. We didn't have any predictions going in. So we were, you know, this is top 2, not even close. That this is where we need help. So cities understand that this is a priority, but they need support moving from periodic or project-specific outreach to engagement that's consistent, that is coordinated, and that's embedded in how a city government operates. And that distinction is important, because authentic communication is not simply holding more meetings or issuing more surveys, or even, as you alluded to, Mayor, having more people in this room. We really, we designed the Academy to help cities understand how they can integrate resident voices into decision-making at every level. And so to identify both where and how residents might be engaged. So we wanted to help cities build reliable ways for residents, particularly those who don't typically participate, to do three things: to inform decisions, to understand how their input was used. We all know how it feels when we're asked for information and we have no idea what came of it. And to remain connected to the city over time, right? So it's not that one-off engagement. But that requires infrastructure. It requires clear responsibilities. It requires shared practices across departments, trusted community relationships, appropriate engagement methods. And you were alluding to this earlier, Mayor, right? What a young parent needs is not the same as what my father, who's an 83-year-old older adult with bilingual needs, right? So what are the appropriate engagement methods for the different members of the very diverse Tacoma Park community? And mechanisms for closing the feedback loop so that engagement doesn't feel extractive. So through the Academy, Tacoma Park has been examining how to strengthen that infrastructure so that community engagement doesn't solely depend on the initiative of individual staff members, or occur differently from one department to the other, or one project to another. So here's a timeline, but just to put some meat on the bones of that timeline. Last fall, Tacoma Park began its engagement with the Academy by assessing its current strengths and gaps, right? So you have to start with, what are you doing currently? They identified existing engagement activities and then established a shared vision for what stronger engagement should look like. The team then gathered information from community leaders. They mapped relationships across city government. I'm thinking of that map you made, Ryan. And identified opportunities to improve coordination and reach. From there, the city developed priorities, a results-based roadmap, and a measurable implementation work plan. So they've been busy. The current phase is about putting those strategies into practice. Also, tracking what's working and making adjustments before the Academy concludes in September, which is really soon. So the question is not, and I know you know this, but the question's not whether Tacoma Park currently engages their community. They most certainly do. The question is whether the city has sufficiently dedicated capacity to make that engagement coordinated, equitable, consistent, and sustainable across department. So that's what we're talking about today. And one lesson we see repeatedly is that training and planning are not enough. Without someone who has the time and the responsibility to coordinate that implementation, that to support departments, to maintain relationships, to track progress, and to close that feedback loop with residents. Someone has to own that for it to happen. And a dedicated community engagement position, which some cities are already putting into practice, even a temporary one, provides that continuity. And I want to be clear that it does not replace the engagement responsibilities of individual departments. I understand this position is proposed as a 2-year contracted position. And even within that time frame, though, a dedicated or having dedicated capacity can help establish systems and practices that endure beyond that funding period. So this will give departments that coordination, those tools, and that support they need to engage residents more consistently and effectively across the city. So from NLC's perspective, that kind of dedicated capacity would help Tacoma Park protect and build upon the investment it's already made through the Academy. We've already invested 1 year in working with your staff members, and it'll turn that year of assessment and planning into institutional change. So I want to thank you all for giving me a few minutes to talk to you, and it's my pleasure now to turn it over to Ryan Kelly, the Director of Communications and Community Engagement, who you know well, who will describe the proposed strategies and work plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lourdes. And, oh, all good. All right. Thank you so much again, Lourdes. I could not have asked for a better segue, and very appreciative that you took the time to join us here tonight with your own busy schedule. Honestly honored. Was very grateful too to have a couple members of our team come and do public comment tonight, and also thankful to the community members who gave comment tonight as well on the for taking the time, reading the items, and presenting public comment as well. So. I'm going to touch briefly on the City of Tacoma Park's presentation for the Community Connectors program, some updates that we had from our last conversation back in October and November of last year, and describe what our proposal is for the program. So beginning with the background, the why, how, and what. The why we're all here right now is to build a more engaged community by fostering stronger, more meaningful connections between city government and residents. How are we going to do that? By creating accessible, transparent, inclusive opportunities for two-way communication and community participation. And then the what, the goal of the program, to increase and promote equitable community engagement practices, building and restoring trust by connecting residents to services, strengthening community ties, and increasing representation, especially with those historically hard to reach groups. And then just some background on where we started. Back in 2022, Tacoma Park had a vision laid out for a Community Connectors program back when we received funding from ARPA for this program. Identified was $350,000 for a Community Connectors program, and initial concepts included improved community engagement with harder to reach groups, ability to better distribute information about government programs, and creating two-way dialogue, employing a lead staff person and part-time staff to do that connecting work, and obtaining community input beyond those existing tools we currently have. So where we've come today, I wanted to highlight some language from the council's priorities from this year, which demonstrates council's ongoing commitment to developing authentic community engagement in the city. Two of those from the priorities in first, the goal of advancing community safety and belonging. Some of the objectives under that, engaging a wider diversity number of residents in government decision-making by improving outreach, as well as council had identified community connectors as a way to advance community safety and belonging by addressing residents' needs and connecting them with services and better engagement. And then the other goal listed here was engage responsive service-oriented government, which included developing targeted outreach and communications techniques, including working with our service organizations. And I think this just goes to highlight that, the vision is still there. And I think a lot of these things were incorporated in the plan in fact, all of these things I think were incorporated in the plan proposed today. So what is the challenge? And these are things I think everyone on here knows, but for the community especially, what are we trying to address? Trust in government has been decreasing, and it's at an all-time low, especially federally, but even in local government, we've seen decline in trust. And we are in a very, as we all know, a very unique environment where we are so close to the federal government, and citizen trust is an ultimate thing that we're trying to build. And poor engagement can contribute to declining trust. City institutions, and limit the city's ability to meet residents' needs. Without engagement, these communities stay disconnected from vital services, which helps contribute to those gaps that we see in equity and well-being. And as we know, and what we face with our community specifically, groups struggle with language barriers, limited digital access, and lack of awareness, making it hard to get key city information and community services. Again, kind of going back to some of the summary and history of where the city's decisions to address the challenge, where we came and where we are today. The ARPA funding back in 2022, it was the Community Connectors program was first established as a budget priority in 24 and identified as a council priority in 24-25, and has continued to be a council priority as we highlighted in 26. And then in 25-26, as we touched upon earlier in our meetings, we agreed to participate and accepted participation in National League of Cities Community Engagement Academy. Again, some summary of what we talked about back in October and November of last year. We discussed clarifying preliminary goals and objectives of Community Connectors program. We talked a little bit about the types of information that could be shared and how, highlighted what the participation in NLC Community Engagement Academy entails and why it's necessary, and we work to understand and build agreement with the vision, goals, and potential approaches of Community Connectors program. So today, we have, since then, I should say, city and staff and community partners, as Lourdes alluded to, conducted analysis of city's engagement processes, and I listed some of the tools that were used to do that analysis. There was an NLC organized and facilitated community member focus group. We had participated, our city team, which a couple of members were here today, participated in a series of NLC-led technical assistance sessions and workshops for that additional capacity building. And through that assessment, we completed and synthesized those results and developed our work plan that we're going to be presenting here tonight. The work plan development was a process in itself. The work plan was developed through the beginning with our core team, with myself, Adrian and Wendy from Tommy's Pantry, Mariama, who's here tonight, thank you Mariama, and Christine Heidebrecht, and also Calista Perez, who was with the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority. And we developed that work plan and then reviewed it with the city manager's office, presented and received feedback with a city's developed internal community engagement working group, which I can touch on a little bit more later. And then we held some council briefings, as was alluded to earlier, to collect feedback and put it into the presentation for tonight. So I want to talk briefly about what those strengths, opportunities, and core challenges that we identified through that qualitative phase of the Community Engagement Academy were. And this was done through the city's core group and then socialized with our city's city departments, who are especially those outward-facing city department members. So some assets that were identified. Community organizations have established trust and connections. We have engaged and value-driven community members and council members with a shared sense of protection for others. We have the resources to facilitate networks. That includes the funding that I will talk about tonight. Tacoma Park Providers Council that brings together different community groups, active community leaders and city officials, as well as existing community engagement opportunities through the city, including this Recreation and Community Engagement Committee I will also touch on a little bit later. And then city staff who are responsive and accessible and engaged with the community. Some challenges that we see: lack of consistency and diversity in community participation, effectively meeting people where they are when we do community engagement, the decline in trust in public institutions that we talked about previously, a disconnect in shared vision and approaches, and limited training and staff capacity. Opportunities that were identified include partnering with those community organizations, such as with the Providers Council, leveraging new and existing staff to strengthen the relationships with our businesses, nonprofits, other partners, such as Chrissy Humbard, our economic development specialist, already doing great work. How do we leverage those new staff and connect them with our community engagement practices? Developing key performance metrics and indicators, as well as identifying funding for the initiative, and building upon those networks that are already in place, like the Providers Council. And then, to touch briefly on the community focus group discussion, some strengths that were identified included those community building events, such as National Night Out, Monster Bash. These are core community engagement initiatives the city hosts that bring people together and could be leveraged and utilized for community engagement initiatives. Keeping residents informed through multiple channels. Some opportunity areas that were identified include the information flow and collaboration, depending on individuals rather than consistent city practices, and interpersonal engagement feeling declining, certain groups missing from the engagement process, such as renters and tenant associations, and that the engagement feels often transactional and looking for collaborative engagement. So, what are some actions that could be identified? Include creating space for dialogue, leveraging trusted community members to facilitate conversation, and investing more time and staff and resources, including having bilingual and culturally representative staff to do direct community outreach. So where is there overlap between those two groups? The community focus group, as I should mention, facilitated by the National League of Cities, invited around 20 community members to participate in that focus group. So between that focus group and the city staff and the NLC team that we did the other assessments with, what were some of the city strengths, areas of improvement, and opportunities to action? Resources, people, and events and opportunities are strengths of the city. The pieces seem to be in place. How do we connect them? City areas for improvement include consistent, proactive, and authentic community engagement practices with diverse representatives of the community. And then opportunities include increased internal capacity by investing in staff with training and resources, and working collaboratively with our community groups and residents. Through that assessment, and through those months of the qualitative assessment work that was done through the Academy and the feedback that we got, we developed emerging priorities from the assessments. The 4 major emerging priorities that we were looking to address through a community engagement program includes translating a shared mission and vision to concrete goals and objectives. This includes working to build internal capacity, working to build and restore trust by meeting people where they are, strengthening the connections among city government and our various community groups, and increasing representation at all levels of public life. The next slide shows strategies to address those emerging priorities. We talked about building internal capacity. Internal alignment is key to building those strong internal community engagement practices, including, and this is where we are talking about including creating a dedicated community engagement contractor on a 2-year term to help build that staff capacity. We talk about meeting people where they are. So leveraging that new community engagement staff person to facilitate, working with city departments and our community groups to facilitate and conduct community visits at places where residents frequent, where people are in their everyday lives, to develop stronger relationships and start to build that trust that has been lacking, and promote equity. Community building includes working with that, forming or expanding upon a group like Tacoma Park Providers Council to share city and community resources that can help expand community reach and build organizational capacity, both within the city and for our community groups that will be part of that community organization network. And then resident empowerment. We are talking about introducing community opportunities and programs, introducing the community to opportunities and programs that can help build their capacity to enter civic life and be active participants, especially those underserved communities that may be new to civic participation. So I want to touch briefly on the community engagement specialist position, the contractor that I mentioned earlier. Due to limited current staff capacity dedicated to the work outlined in this proposal, we recommend hiring a community engagement specialist on an initial 2-year term contract. This would include, based on the $150,000 currently allotted in the general fund, $75,000 per year to fund the position. In FY26, Council did budget $150,000 for community connectors, and later tonight we will be proposing to carry over that funding into FY27 to sustain it for the upcoming year. This would include a full-time contract position, which would report to the communications department, and the new position would work collaboratively with our existing city staff and departments and community partners, and utilizing in-kind resources that are already existing within those departments to support those program activities. The city can pursue additional grant funding to help support the initiative, and recruitment can begin upon council's direction. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting over being sick. The first objective that we talked about, and just to go into a little more detail on those 4 key objectives, key strategies that address those emerging priorities. The first being internal alignment, which includes developing internal best practices and procedures. The goal of this, as I mentioned earlier, build upon that internal capacity, align procedures, and develop best practices so that community engagement is implemented and is part of the culture of the city of Tacoma Park, something that we can have and build off of for years to come. This includes the contracted position to undertake the role of community engagement specialist, someone who is able to participate in trainings and take that training back and instill it and share it with other city staff across departments. Sorry. Grab some water. That's okay. This also includes maintaining a recently formed internal community engagement working group. This working group, as I alluded to earlier, is composed of different city staff from outward-facing departments, from recreation, police, HCD, communications, public works, and our sustainability team. They've come together and we started to share ideas, and I've actually went over the proposal with this group as well. But maintaining this group and coming together and sharing ideas and building upon the best practices that we would establish through this program. And then developing community engagement, standard operating procedures, best practices, and dedicated training for staff who interact with the public on a day-to-day basis. And then talking about city council support of ideas, strategies, and progress. Through this program, we would come back annual, biannual reports, depending on council's preferred timeline, to keep council updated on progress of the program, implement any feedback, because it is an iterative process and something that we want to continue to build, and it won't stay stagnant, something that would continue to grow over time. The second objective is regular community visits. This is direct community outreach. The goal of this is to foster staff and council awareness of effective approaches to meeting people where they are, which includes supporting engaged listening, dialogue, and information sharing to build trust, promoting equity, and expand opportunities for civic engagement and participation. This includes action strategies such as coordinating with stakeholders, such as city departments and the community groups. This would include the contracted position, working with those different stakeholders to map out locations where residents frequent and develop a schedule of community visits. And once we have that map and layout of where the city departments and community organizations should be and where to best reach residents, we would work with the identified stakeholders to then plan and implement that targeted community outreach in accessible locations and places where residents frequent, effectively meeting people where they are. Upon developing community engagement, standard operating procedures, and best practices, those would be implemented in that direct community outreach. And I've talked briefly in the council briefings about working with the Recreation and Community Engagement Committee to bring together this group and leverage its expertise in discussion with staff who work with the committee and our city clerk's office, I think that there is an opportunity to work with this committee to develop community engagement initiatives, which could include things like bringing in volunteers, canvassing exercises, giving these residents who would be part of the committee an opportunity to be active participants and organize their own community engagement initiatives. The third strategy is forming and growing community organization network. The purpose or goal of this is to strengthen the connection and collaboration with the different community service providers that are working in the city, and to leverage and enhance capacity both internally within the city of Tacoma Park and externally for those community groups. Because these groups already have pre-established trust, and we want to be able to work with them to reach those residents that they serve. This can include expanding Tacoma Park Providers Council, facilitating and organizing larger scale events and meetings with the Providers Council, and inviting more community groups to the table. This might include tenant associations, grassroots organizations. I'm thinking groups like MoCo IRC, who are doing great work on the ground, inviting them to the table who might not have previously been participating in the Providers Council. There's a lot of groups that can be invited to the table that can share resources and think through strategies to do effective community engagement and work with the city to take knowledge that we be getting through those best practices and be effective for their constituents, which includes sharing information and resources. And then the final strategy is building out civic education. So as we begin to invite residents and talk with residents, collect feedback, especially those historically underserved that are new to civic life, we want to then be able to invite them and be active participants. Those who maybe have never voted before. This is an opportunity to build out civic education programs so that they have the tools and the knowledge necessary to be active participants in things like voting. So this can include hosting in-person events that guide residents through participating in things like council meetings. It can include collaborating with city representatives and staff to research and design these civic education programs based on community feedback, and encouraging increased civic participation among underserved communities based on that feedback that we receive. So the next slide, and I want to just clarify, this is not a reporting structure, but a demonstration of how the collaborative relationships would work. The community engagement contracted position, who would report to the communications department, and communications community engagement department, would work collaboratively both with city staff and community representatives. I show here that the community engagement specialist would work with staff who regularly engage with the community and those committee members such as Recreation Community Engagement Committee, and then having the relationships with the community organization network, including nonprofit service providers, grassroots groups, religious groups, neighborhood associations, just as an example. Okay, the next slide. This may look familiar from the last presentation that we did back in November. It's basically going over the things that we just talked about and showing the flow from the purpose, goals, objectives, and then those strategies to address the objectives. I know it's probably hard to see on the screen, but basically we just want to demonstrate how we move from addressing that need to increase and promote equitable community engagement practices to build and restore trust, then moving to our goals, which includes the internal capacity, developing effective approaches to meet people where they are, strengthening collaboration with our community service providers, and meeting directly with our hard to reach, our historically underrepresented community members. Then we go to the objectives. So directly related to the goals, we work to develop and implement internal alignment, conduct regular community visits, form and grow a community organization network, and build out civic education efforts. And then the strategies that I just discussed in the previous slides are then shown for each related objective. I also included some potential metrics that could be measured to show the progress and effectiveness of such a program. So next steps for council. We're going to have an opportunity here for council to ask questions and have a discussion. Council can then have direction on the creation of a initial 2-year term staff contracted position and proceed with the work plan as presented. The council can provide direction to carry over the $150,000 in general funds from FY26 to 27 to fund the contract position or the program. And the council will hold an additional work session on July 22nd at the time being to review a draft resolution for vote on July 29th. And then there is an appendix if anyone wants to go over it, but I will now provide an opportunity for council discussion.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Lourdes, for coming out and outlining the NLC initiative. And we really appreciate all of the work that you have done and the technical assistance that National League of Cities has provided to our staff. And Ryan and team was super appreciative of all of the work that you've done. I would just like to kick us off a little bit, if that's okay. And I'm just going to start with the elephant in the room. I'm still not clearly seeing how a temporary position, once that 2-year period ends, is not going to leave a gap that our current staff cannot fill. Can you speak to that? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. And it's a good question. We're operating, first of all, within the parameters of the funding that has been presently provided. It absolutely would be the prerogative of mayor and council now or in the future to determine, based on your assessment of how it's going over the next 2 years, if this pilot program were initiated, to extend it either in its current form as a contract or in some other form. So there is absolutely the potential for continuity and continuation of the service, should that be mayor and council's desire, and that would ultimately be a component of future budget deliberations and inclusion of expense, should we want to apply resources to continue this program. Initially, again, we're trying to work within the parameters that we have before us, and we are not, and I want to also pause and thank Mr. Olson for his questions and comments earlier. This is a good opportunity to, I guess, clarify for the public and for council about the position. The proposed contract position for Community Connectors is not an FTE of any kind. It would not be permanent, nor would the contractor receive any fringe benefits. It's simply a contracted position. Now, that would be the proposal today. Again, any council would have the ability to reassess that initial model for continuity purposes if you wish to continue the service and you feel that it's serving the community well. What we are proposing for the Community Connectors program is, in essence, a 2-year pilot, as that aligns with the $150,000 in funding council provided for this purpose in the current FY27 budget, or you'd have that ability to concur if you wish to carry over the funds from FY26 in a budget amendment. This is why the position is described as temporary. We are not proposing a permanent position at this time, as the available funding supports only a 2-year effort. So did want to make that clarification, and I hope that comes a little bit towards answering your question.
I mean, I think that there's a difference between, and it's helpful to hear that this is a pilot, because that's, wasn't what I was initially thinking that our goal was here. Because I was under the impression that our goal here was to try to, moving away from the original intent, and thank you so much, Ryan, for kind of spelling out where we began, right? But to ultimately still have work that will ultimately transition and be sustained through how we do business over time, right? And so I heard some aspects of the aspects of sustainability, like the SOPs, training staff, things like that. But I just want to make sure that we are thinking about not just from the perspective of this person is doing all of this work, they're awesome, 2 years comes, hey, they're doing all this work and there's really, nothing else we could do other than just stop all of this wonderful work. I would prefer it if we were thinking about this in a multifaceted way, where we're saying, hey, here is a current inventory of the community engagement work that we have underway, which it seems like you've done. Here's some things that this consultant could potentially do to help us. And then here are the things that our staff will also be able to pick up whether or not we continue this position. And I think that that's the piece that I'm still trying to make sure that I can connect those dots, because without that, it seems like there is a lot of onus put on this 2-year contract. And forgive me, I do this in my other life. 2 years is not a long time. I know it may seem like a long time for folks, but by the time you get somebody onboarded, by the time they figure out where the bathroom is, by the time they finish their first SOP, they are 18 months in and their time is up. So the big thing for me is just making sure that we are crafting this in a way where we are thinking about sustainability, longevity, clear transference of knowledge, tools, and work to our permanent staff, so that we don't find ourselves at the end of this 2-year period with a lot of half-done stuff, overly reliant on a single individual, and then we're not able to, then the question comes before council, okay, you really need to fund this person because all of the things we planned for them isn't done.
Those are great points. And I want to just touch, I actually had in my conversation with the internal working group today, talking about the importance of this position will really come down to their collaboration with those different city departments. So, like you talked about, they're picking up on those internal engagement best practices, but as they're doing this collaboration throughout the 2-year period, they're to be able to take that away. And, if we are at the 2-year period, the funding is not sustainable, then we say, what are the takeaways? And because of that collaboration, ideally, the city or departments that are working with this contracted position who has, the expertise, can then translate that and be something that we can take away in the practices moving forward.
Right. You make some very good points, Madam Mayor. I would say that absolutely, in addition to what we're envisioning or proposing with some additional staff capacity, is that the existing staff, absolutely, and we alluded to it in the, as you said, in the presentation, training and additional orientation of existing staff to a new template for engagement going forward. Whether that position would continue or not, I think there would be a continuation. We would benefit from that, and we will benefit from that should this pilot be put in place and that learning opportunity occurs. The one limitation that we really have ultimately, though, is that while a lot of existing staff could take on some more aspects of a particular program as it's developed here, what is difficult is that they have their regular jobs, and finding those serious additional hours to really devote to the hard work week after week after week of doing that outwardly facing engagement, in the field, spending time with groups in the field, going to where people are, is a big time commitment. And that would either mean that a number of existing staff would need to do less of what they currently do now in order to do that, or we'll just do the best that we can with the hours, and try and balance it as best we can.
But with all due respect, City Manager DeSpirito, I'm going to push back a little bit on that. And it is because our staff are already engaging and having multiple meetings and meeting people in the field and doing the work. I thought that the goal of this was to help them with doing that more effectively and more efficiently, so that they're hitting the right folks in the right way and they're managing appropriately. So while I hear you.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say. That's what I was trying to mean.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you in that, of course, I'm not expecting the director of Public Works to like develop an SOP, like that's crazy. But the expectation is that the lessons learned from this role could ultimately help Public Works to really think through, okay, instead of thinking we're just gonna have a Public Works meeting around a new sidewalk here in the auditorium or via Zoom, we now know we have a lot of older people in our community who struggle with Zoom. Maybe instead of just going to Zoom because it's easier for everybody, we're going to do a Saturday in a park that's accessible. And then that way we know that even some of our seniors who are not as technologically advanced to be able to go on Zoom would be able to participate in the meeting, right? And so I keep harping on this point because I am getting, I want us to think about this from a multifaceted way. One, that the position could be necessary technical assistance support for our staff to help them with better providing community engagement efforts throughout the city. Two, this person could help us with better building the necessary networks in the city, which, you know, not everybody knows, and that information can clearly be shared with others. I will say one thing, I didn't see the council in here anywhere, and I do think that they will need to, for sure. And so like building that network, I think is really important. And then when we are thinking about, because again, I think your objectives are spot on. I just think that, and I love the civic education efforts, but again, I don't see that as something that a single individual would have to do. The civic education efforts would have to align with some of the things that people naturally have to do. I hate to pick on our city clerk, but I know you have to do education about the elections. You have to do education on a number of different topics. So how can we make sure that, or we have our police academy, that kind of thing. We have some education mechanisms already placed. How can this position improve upon them so that we can have more diverse participants, more people participating and the like? So it's a little, for me, like a little bit of a tweaking of the way that we're thinking about the role. I'm not thinking of the role of that individual as solely being responsible for the civic education efforts. I'm thinking of that person as providing technical assistance and thinking through and working with staff to identify what are all of the education needs that we have in the city. We get asked every single year about taxes and what it means and what does your bill look like. Like, let's put together this program and let me work with the subject matter experts throughout the city to help you with shaping the right ways to communicate this stuff depending on the key target audiences throughout the city, right? And so I think that is something that we really need to make sure is clear, because otherwise, if there's an implication that this person is going to be responsible for all of that, then there's no way they're going to be able to hand it over.
Right. Yes. And I think that is exactly right. The goal of this position would be to build that internal capacity. What might be missing when this position ends is that time devoted to the direct community outreach, being in the field. No, what like you mentioned, we can have, someone be out and organize a community meeting. But one thing that I think we took away from the Community Engagement Academy especially is a lot of cities have positions who are just out and about talking to residents, receiving feedback on a consistent basis. And I think that's one thing that is that currently staff don't have the capacity for. So that might be one thing that you lose in that 2-year, after that 2-year period. But as you mentioned, I think what we take away is a lot of those building blocks that are then instilled for departments, so that maybe you don't have someone who is out in the community talking directly on a day-to-day basis, but those practices that are developed and that knowledge that you have, okay, we know that we can go to this community group because of this 2-year program and that knowledge that's been passed on from that contracted position. Public Works can go into the community and say, this is an effective place to reach those community members. Let's go there, organize a community meeting, have the necessary materials to meet community residents, and share that information in an effective way. And you have that built in. And that's what I think would be the key takeaway for us at the end of 2 years, and we don't have a position anymore.
Yeah, and I also, and again, I'm sorry, y'all. I also think it will be important, and I don't know if I see that here. I know it was part of some of the prior slides on this effort, but also looking at the communication mechanisms that we already have in place to see whether or not they are effective at reaching who we thought, right? Like, so one of the things that I learned being in Ward 6 and going to a lot of our multifamily buildings is that our newsletters are great, but they just get piled up in the mailroom. And so sometimes that critical information gets lost in, it just gets lost because it's just piled up in the mailroom and somebody eventually may throw them away. Or how are we effective at like real-time translation as it relates to some of our materials on our website? Are they, how do we make sure that they can be machine readable and things like that for people who are visually or hearing impaired. So I think that those are some things too that I'm not sure would be part of this person's portfolio versus yours. But when we're thinking about how we are engaging, I think that is a critical piece that we need to not forget.
I agree, and I don't touch on that a lot here, basically because I want to focus on this position, the work that this position would be doing. I see that as a next step, especially when I can take some focus off of this and think about effective communication strategy, being able to revisit what we're currently doing, and have that time myself to think through and do some real, what's the word? Blanking on the word, but being able to think through what the communication techniques that we're currently doing, and go out in the community, potentially using this position to collect feedback and hear what residents actually need. So I would see that as kind of that would fall more in my realm, and would be a part two to develop that more strategic communications initiatives.
Thank you. Councilmember Honzak.
Yep, thank you, and thank you very much for, thank you, Ms. Lourdes, for presenting to us, and also thank you for putting all this effort into this over the last year. I know this is very challenging, and we keep pressing for more and different, and somehow I am among those who I'm not feeling comfortable yet. I'm sorry. I think a lot of my feedback is I've had some time to sit on it since our last one-on-one conversation or three-on-one. I think that I'm evolving with what I see as sort of the big picture, what's not making as much sense to me. I think there's some big issues that I want to elevate, many of which were already said by the mayor here. One is, so we're talking about engagement with the community, and what I think is a big thing that I see missing here is all of the ways, besides our community groups, which are wonderful and important, and a lot of our community groups feel like we haven't properly leveraged them, and we're working at that. It's clear that we're making some headway there. But what we haven't done, and it's not appearing here at all, is, we are elected, all 7 of us, democratically through very rigorous processes. And we also have a very, very robust system that we've been working at for many, many years on committee representation, resident committee, trying to make those committees more representative. It's been hard, but those are institutions that already exist, and it doesn't appear anywhere in here. That's just a huge, huge missed opportunity. I think that did sort of come up in our one-on-one, but I'm not sure. I know that those especially with council members, can have a political angle. And there's a drive and a desire to make sure that this is really accessible, that we're really reaching all the right people, that it's really representative, and that sometimes that can better be done through staff type engagement because of that. However, the democracy, the participation is a really, really important element here because we aren't being leveraged as communicators via the staff in a clear way. So I think, I think there's some other significant challenges here that I see, like, so repeatedly I've heard this new staff person being referred to as a person who would go out and begin to build trust. I think that is a flawed argument. I'm just going to say it like it is. I think if that were the purpose, then absolutely this can't be a 2-year position. End of story for me. That's just flawed. So that's a flawed logic. I think that the purpose of having a person come into a role like this maybe should be refigured, and I welcome, everybody's thoughts on this, but I think it's to change our business as usual practice, to take, I don't even know that they should be outward facing. I think that a person should come in and look all across our departments, look all across every department, what are the interdepartmental opportunities? What are the existing ways that we communicate, such as the newsletter? What are the different ways that we can specifically take what we already have and make it more efficient, more effective, and not do more, but do more effective with what we have, or take away things that are not working? Like, look at the data. How many people, I love our communications team, but how many people are paying for cable? How many people are accessing our website? How many people are using something else that we're maybe not leveraging yet? What are the pathways to reach the people where they're already at? And again, like, I want to refer to page, let's see, where is it? Page 17, you talk about regular community visits, but please make sure that when you talk about regular community visits, these are not necessarily physical. In fact, I think in the I spent 2 years myself trying to create authentic engagement, creating new opportunities. New opportunities is not what we need. We are all overloaded. Many people have lost their jobs. They have less time than they've ever had before. They have 50 channels of information coming at them. Volunteer, I don't want to hear the word volunteer anymore. This is not where we're at as a society. We're moving towards, how can I get what I need in the shortest amount of time, in the most accessible way, where it comes naturally to me and I don't have to work so hard, where it comes succinctly to me. So I just feel like this, if we were going to put money behind something like this, I would want to see it as a change management specialist who is not necessarily advising our communications department, but who's advising our entire management team on all the ways that we engage with our community across all the departments and all the and the ways we could do that more effectively. That's and I love the civic education effort, but on that regard, we as a city are not going to be able to fix the loss of civic education effort. That's a bigger, broader thing. But what we can do is seek to get out and figure out, what is it that the residents that are hardest to reach want and need from their local government. And then which part of that can we do better on? And that question we need to solve for that question. Maybe honestly that is a door-to-door survey, I don't know. But it's a very specific question, because I don't want to see us throwing money at just generic civic education. I don't think that that's the best bang for the buck. We're not serving the people in that way. That's a broader mandate that it belongs in a different domain, in my view, as noble as it is and as important as it is. and I'm sorry to be so critical and strong, but you know, I've been stewing on this for a long time because I'm frustrated myself. This is a very hard thing to solve for, and you know that. Anyway, and it's, you know, it's going to take several rounds, I think. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamon.
Thank you. And I want to stress that the criticisms and difficulties of this do not originate with you. They originate with the challenge of the assignment that we are trying to create. And I think that's sort of what Councilmember Honzak was getting at. So I think that it's a big mistake to make the ambassador position a temporary role. The person that we send out to the community to build engagement and build trust, who then will evaporate after 2 years. Even if that person is temporary and eventually gets hired, those 2 years spent when you are an ephemeral entity, you're missing the opportunity that the city has to have for itself. So if we need a person for this, and I'm not saying that we do need a permanent person or that we need a person even one way or the other, but if we do create a role where that is a function, serving as our ambassador, the one who goes out and meets people, I don't think it can be a temporary position and be effective. And the second thing that I experience that I'm pretty sure that the staff in different departments would agree with is that oftentimes when people want to engage in civic activity, it is transactionally or substantively based, something they want or need, and then they want to find the access path and they want to get involved in that thing. We don't need sort of a generic idea of community engagement. We need for each of the departments that has a function like that needs to build those lines of communication to be well-trained in how to do it. And that's a big part of what you're talking about here. But having this person be a third party who engages in that outreach, that is not going to build that internal competence in each of those departments. And I must say, I do think certain departments are very effective at this already. When I watch somebody mentioned the sidewalk. I mean, people want to talk about a sidewalk on their block. They don't want to talk necessarily hypothetically about sidewalks. Some of them want to be on the Safe Streets Committee, but most people just want to know how can they reach the city when it's something that matters to them. And so I do feel that, coming back to what the mayor was saying, that the important thing is that the staff be prepared on a subject matter by subject matter basis to know who the people are and know what the lines of communication are. And another missing element in your list of who's around the table, apart from council, and my feelings aren't that badly hurt because we might be temporary also, but what about on purpose or by accident, okay. But what about our the people that we already have for whom this is a function? For example, Chrissy, who her goal is engagement with business. Did you leave business out because you don't think that they are, you know, I didn't see her name on your list of people who were on the working group or anything.
I do believe Christie's included in the staff report.
Okay.
There is a list of work plan items that
Okay.
I think it's important to just reestablish the idea that this contracted position would work with each department.
Okay, so I just wanted, who's around the table should include our local,
yes.
our legacy businesses. And then we have one a professional engagement person working, you know, and I didn't see, maybe I missed it, but I mean, presumably she's an integral part of this. But I do think that however this is structured, that having a temporary contract person to teach us how to do these things, but then have it be the responsibility of each department, then temporary makes sense. But other than that, I just don't think it's logical to create the impression that this ambassador of goodwill is going to be doing their job and then walk away. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you, and thank you both for the preliminary presentation, which was so informative about the philosophy behind this, the history, and the process. I so appreciated that, and I think it's wonderful that NLC is trying to do this kind of paradigm shifting work. And Director Kelly, thank you for the briefing before, and as well for the presentation tonight. Very briefly, I will underscore the concerns raised about the tension around how long does this position last. And I noted that the last page of the agenda packet says initially a not to exceed 2-year term contract employee. And then the presentation says an initial 2-year term contract. And it's such a crucial question. What are we deep down thinking in our crystal ball here? Because if it so affects the work plan, the priorities of the community engagement specialist, and I don't need to say more because it's already been said. And I've just been thinking about the metrics, and to me, the bottom line is how do you measure the degree to which the input from a diversity of residents is becoming bi-directional, is traveling into the city organization. And I'd say organization broadly to include staff, council, committees and commissions and boards, consultants, contractors, all of these people who get engaged with the community. It's that bi-directional piece, which I was so happy to see in your presentation, Lourdes. It seems so crucial because honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of people have tried to engage and they've gone to things. Why did they come back? Because they felt like it made a difference that they were there. And I feel like when I saw your list of metrics, some of them would be counting, tabulating particular events that this community engagement person focused on. Those to me are less a priority because they're going to come and go. The metrics that matter are the ones that would measure how are all of these different entities within our broadly defined government achieving success. And I think at the end of the day, like the simplest question to ask people would be, why did you not engage? And if you did engage, what difference did it make? And if someone's answer is, I don't think it made a whole lot of difference, they're not going to be coming back. You know, that's the thing about it. It's such a challenge because we all know that it takes more effort to listen to more people. But the listening piece is, I think, what our council has continued to say, we all need to get better at the listening piece so that we have smarter products, smarter programs, smarter protocols. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you for this. And thank you to NLC for the support. Picking up where everybody else left off, I don't know, I feel like I'm more optimistic about this than, it's coming off, everybody's coming across as fairly critical, and I think I'm basically pretty positive about this. The 4 objectives that you laid out make sense to me. Some of the steps underneath them, I have some specific questions about. We've standard operating procedures for community outreach. Yeah, so I like the basic idea. I don't, like Councilmember Schlegel, I don't want to lose the concept of the two-way street. And I don't want to lose the concept that people who participate already on a regular basis are not the people we're looking to reach out to here. And some of the bullets under the objectives seem to institutionalize and uniform, make more uniform than I think is really helpful here. I liked Councilmember Honzak's phrasing, change management specialist, because that's kind of what it is, change within the organization. We have, as you said, pockets that are brilliant at times at doing this kind of targeted two-way outreach, and it doesn't translate across the organization. So I get that part very, very loud and clear. I'm troubled by the 2-year contract, but I'm not personally as concerned about what happens in year 3. I will remind everyone, city manager, correct me if this is wrong, that originally there was $350,000 set aside for this through ARPA. And part of that, more than half of that, was put into the assigned reserves because of all the other craziness that's been going on the last couple of years. If we're lucky, we get through the next year or two, and that's still there.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. The $200,000 was put in the unassigned reserve.
Right. Right. I'm just saying there was a reason we did
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like, oh, we think it won't cost as much as we originally did.
Yeah.
Yes, if I can just add a little bit context to that. So the 200,000 was essentially converted into a general fund because we had to meet an obligation deadline of the ARPA dollars. So it's available for the council cordoned off $150,000 in for this specific reason. The $200,000, as Ryan said, is in general fund. It's on the unassigned reserves.
Thank you, Deputy Director Habte. I don't want to be misunderstood again. I'm not saying we should spend more money. What I'm saying is I agree that the idea that you can do something significant in 2 years, if with one person, I'm not so sure. On the other hand, we have been through at least 2 other versions of this already that didn't work out, and I'm getting to the point where I just want to do it. And no approach is perfect. So I think, for me, I think we need to work with what we got unless somebody's got a better idea.
I just want to remind folks that we are at 10:37. We've gone over our time for this discussion.
So sorry.
It will be, the staff is requested to have another work session on this item for next week. And so I would like to ask the staff if there's anything in particular that the council would need to provide you all.
Particularly, I mean, I've heard a lot of different feedback. I'm hearing different priorities too. I think what would be helpful is if there is any significant revisions that you would like to see from the current work plan, or in terms of the position itself, if there is any specific revisions that you would like to see in terms of that plan. You take into consideration the feedback that we got, and then work into the updated proposal. But if there's something specific that council would like to see, that would be very helpful.
And just to remind folks, it's my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that there are, in essence, 2 decision points for council. The first is the outline of the work plan, and the second is the allocation of the $150,000 for this temporary position.
Yes.
It is my understanding that staff will bring a resolution.
Next week, if
Next
that works
week.
for council. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, City Manager DeSpirito, would you like to explain what you're hoping to get out of the meeting next week?
Sure. This was a very valuable conversation. Much of what I heard expressed, which is very valid, are things I think that we consider within the parameters of what we're proposing. So what we'd like to do with the added clarity that we have heard tonight is reduce as much of that as possible into a draft resolution for your consideration. We'll get that out to you. We can work session that next week and see if we can come a little bit closer to some general agreement on what you'd like to do with the program, including the additional contract position, spending, those sorts of things. But I think we've heard a lot that's very useful tonight. So we'd like to work on that and look forward to the conversation next week.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala, you had a point of order.
Whatever, yeah, just to clarify, when you say work plan, you mean what's attached to the blue cover sheet and not the actual slides, or do you mean the slides?
You said the work plan?
Yeah, because you asked for
Yes.
feedback from us on the
Yes,
work plan.
the work plan is in relation to the strategies that are documented both in
Okay.
the slides
Both in the slides
and in the staff
Thank you for
report.
clarifying. Okay.
Councilmember Honzak, do
It's
you have?
very quick. Yes, I personally, I would like to see some kind of sense of what sort of metrics you would use to say that you've made progress towards the objectives you laid out for this position by the end of 2 years to get, and we might disagree on that, but I think that without that kind of vision, it's really hard to understand what it is that we're working towards. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Okay, so just as a reminder for folks, please take a look at the materials if there's any additional questions that you have regarding the presentation that was provided today. Definitely feel free to follow up through the city manager or Deputy City Manager Hupty, and that they will get those answers back to you. And then next week, we will have a work session on this item, including discussion of a potential resolution. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next work session this evening, the FY27 Budget Amendment Number 1.
Ask another point of order while we're waiting for them to get set up.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, City Manager Spirito, it is getting warm in here, and I think normally the air conditioning goes off at 10. I'm wondering if there's something we could do about that? No? Nobody here to do it. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. We are going to have a summary of our fiscal year 27 first budget amendment. The fiscal year 27 budget was adopted by the City Council on May 13, 2026. The first budget amendment includes the following adjustments. In the general fund, the net increase in departmental operating budget is $19,000, while the total reappropriation amount is $2.67 million. The key budget adjustment include a $24,000 increase for the police department equipment contract and a $10,000 increase for the housing and community development rent stabilization policy contract. These increases are partially offset by a $10,000 reduction in the public works subcontract services budget. Unfortunately, today, we were notified that the police department equipment contract will be removed from the proposed budget amendment. In addition, 2 appropriation items will be added to the first reading, and these 2 items include a $90,000 for the unlawful restrictive covenants project and a $70,000 for the leaf vacuum project. So these 3 items are going to be presented in the first reading because all these 3 items were given to me. The department head just let me know today. So we didn't have time to add it to the document that was presented during the weekend. So all these 3 items will be added and adjusted in the first reading.
Okay, I got some questions. And Director Chung, they're not directed towards you. So for the restricted covenants,
yes,
is this about a transfer of what's already been allocated as part of the FY26 budget to FY27? Or are we asking for additional funds?
They're not asking for additional funds. It is a reappropriation.
Okay, perfect.
Meaning that the funds were not used in fiscal year 27, and these remaining funds were transferred over to fiscal year 27.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then for because I just wanted to make sure I caught that, and you said that there was another 70?
Yeah, the 70,000 is also a reappropriation.
Just a reappropriation?
Yeah, because the item was already purchased, but then it was not delivered within the time frame of fiscal year 26. So that's why it needed to be carried over or reappropriate to 27.
Okay, and that was for vacuums.
Yes, yes.
And then can you walk me through just a little bit slower what's happening with the police department? So, the Motorola contract of the 24,000, did you say that was being removed, or we're still keeping that?
The original proposal in the budget amendment 1, the police department requested that 24,000, and it's a budget increase for fiscal year 27 in the general fund. But today I received a notice from the police chief that he wanted to remove it because he found out that we have sufficient money in our stop sign camera funding. So the stop sign camera will be sufficient to cover for that 24,000.
Okay. So this item will be moved to the special revenue
From the general fund.
from the general fund. Okay,
And this is-
awesome.
Yeah.
And
from
we
the general
have
fund.
a decent amount of money in the Red Lion Stop Sign Camera Fund.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And so, and not to put you on the spot because you just got these, but based on what I can glean from what we just discussed, once this table kind of updates, it won't seem as if we will be needing to take that 19,000 from the general fund.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
We won't, because they're gonna take that 24,000 from the stop sign camera fund, so it would be in a different revenue source. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
why.
it was just.
It was a lot going on.
It was just a last minute thing that I received from the chief today. So instead of just letting you guys know next week, I want to bring ahead first and prepare that in the first reading, you'll see all these changes.
Okay.
3 changes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, just quickly, because I get this confused every year. So, in general, the amount in brackets represents a budget decrease in expenditure and an increase in revenue, okay? And then the flip is true for something that's not, so if it's not bracketed, which is almost all of this, you are increasing the expenditure, but you're decreasing the revenue. But since this is last year's money being reappropriated, it is or is not actually adding true expenses as opposed to reappropriating.
It is an expenditure going to be.
Within the box of this
Yeah,
fiscal year?
yeah.
Okay.
It will be an expenditure in the fiscal year 27. But remember, these
we already have the money.
expenditure were already approved by the council in fiscal year 2026. But because they were not able to use those funds in fiscal year 26, when we close the book at the end of 26, all these remaining money will go to our reserve.
Right, okay, so that
And
will
then
come
we are-
out, yeah, okay.
So
I'm
in
with you now.
fiscal year 27, we are taking the money out from the reserve to pay for these expenditures.
Right.
So this is called reappropriation.
Right, and we're doing this part first, rather than the part where you say, I have X amount of money left in the pick a line, CDB, no, that's the wrong column. Okay, we're doing this part first in this year, and then we'll do the part where we have money, unspent money from last year. We'll do that when we close the books on last year.
On the table, anything which is not highlighted in salmon color, they
Yeah.
are reappropriation items.
Right, only
Any
this.
any
okay.
item which is color in salmon color, they are actually budget increase, meaning that we are taking more money in the 27 budget. So they are actual budget increase. They are not reappropriation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lamon?
Okay, this is probably me, okay? I'm looking at the second white page here. The top is Housing, Community, and Community Public Works. I'm sorry, I don't understand. So those two are paired also, a reappropriation of unused expenditures. Why is that one not salmon, like the others that are also paired with the increase and decrease based on the appropriation and moving the money forward? Like, why is the reappropriate unused revenue for the CDBG funds not salmon, if it's the same type of thing?
So which page,
91,000
which
out,
page are
91,000
you?
in.
Yeah. So Director Chung, I think even on, I think even on the first page of the, I guess the first
cover
white
page?
page, yeah, when you would get to the special revenue fund
Yes.
section,
Yes.
there are places where we're really just reallocating where there's a decrease and an increase in pairs. So you see there's quite a few. The MEA EV supply equipment has a plus and a minus. You have the CCBG on the next page. And I think the question is just whether or not, why is it that we color code some but not all of them?
The one that did not color code is representing remaining funding in the special revenue fund that the city department cannot use those money. So we are moving those money from fiscal year 26 remaining balance to fiscal year 27. So that is called reappropriation. While the one that is color-coded, it represents the revenue as well as the budget of expenditure that we actually got awarded as a new increase for the fiscal year. So the bracket is the revenue, and the one without the bracket is the expenditure. Because in special revenue fund, we are revenue neutral, meaning that when we receive, when we spend the money, we will be reimbursed by the grant agency. So that's why we are calling it revenue neutral.
I think the question is just why are some pink and some and others are not
I
pink?
think she explained that by the pink ones are the ones that involve new money. Is that essentially it?
Is that it?
Versus reappropriation?
Actually, I have not finished explaining.
Thank you. Because I'm like, wait a minute, that isn't, nope, I'm still not
I was
there.
just talking about the general fund, and,
Yeah.
and there were question coming to me, but I have not finished my presentation. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, so the second fund that I just finished with the general fund, okay? The second fund I want to talk about is the red light camera fund. The red light camera fund, the budget includes a $683,000 in expenditure reappropriation, consisting of $225,000 for the Green Homes and Business Grant Program, $300,000 for the multi-family project, $75,000 for the traffic study project, and $75,622 for the library construction contingency. And this is all in the red light and stop sign camera fund section, okay? And then we have the third fund, which is the ARPA fund. The budget includes a $188,000 increase to provide funding for the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, inspections, and the red light camera contract, and also the document management project. So the ARPA fund is a budget increase, while the red light camera fund is expenditure reappropriation. Okay? Now, it comes the special revenue fund. The special revenue fund is usually revenue neutral. However, this budget amendment reflects a net budget total of $239,000. The increase includes $390,000 in newly awarded grant funding, 387 in grant revenue and expenditure reappropriation, and about $253,000 in expenditure reappropriation, primarily from the cable contract, cable capital improvement expenditures. So there are several items in the special revenue fund. There are budget increase, both in revenue and expenditure because of the newly awarded grant. And there are reappropriation from previous year, which is fiscal year 26. We are carrying it over to fiscal year 27. And then we also have only expenditure increase due to the reappropriation that the cable TV department cannot use their entire funding in fiscal year 26. That's why they're carrying the expenditures from fiscal year 26 to 27. And then last fund is the stormwater fund. The budget reflects an expenditure reappropriation of $678,000, consisting of $311 for Gotland and Davis project, $240,000 for Jackson, Boyd, and Central Avenue, $127 for engineering services. So this is for stormwater fund. So finally, when we look at the last page of the cover memo, we also see a table. And this table is representing the first two columns. The first column is adopted 27. So at the adopted budget, we have a total revenue of $32.9 million. In the expenditure, the general fund has a total expenditure of $34.87 million. And we have a net deficiency over expenditure. Net deficiency of revenue over expenditure is $1.2 million. That means we are in deficit. And then we have an unassigned reserve of $5.9 million, and the unassigned reserve ratio is 18.13%. Our total general fund for the adopted 27 budget is $16.9 million. And the middle column highlighted in salmon is the budget increase. Okay, it's the budget increase. We have $24,000 for the police, $15,000 reduction from the public works, and $10,000 increase from the housing. And the total expenditure increase, budget increase, is $19,000. Because of the expenditure increase, that increased our deficit to $1.9 million, and our unassigned reserve is dropped to $5.95 million. And then the unassigned reserve ratio is a little bit lower right now, it's 18.07. And the estimated ending fund balance is 16.9. So, so the net adjusted budget column reflects the change to adopted budget resulting only from the new current year budget increase. It excludes the prior year reappropriations. For the general fund, the budget amendment includes a net expenditure increase of $19,000 for the police, public work, and housing and community development department. As a result, the projected unassigned fund balance is decreased to $5.96 million, representing an unassigned reserve ratio of 18.07, while the total general fund balance remains approximately at $16.9 million. So I'm happy to answer any question that you may have.
And thank you so much, Director Chung. I have a question. I just want to make sure that I'm fully understanding what's happening in terms of the reallocations in some of our special funds. So like for the red light and stop sign camera fund, we are including a reappropriation of the unused expenditure of the Green Homes and Business Grant. Are these like just we went, we had that money as part of our general fund, and we didn't spend it, and so now we're moving it to the red light stop sign camera? I'm just trying to understand how this expenditure carried over into the red light and stop sign camera fund.
No, this is originally budgeted in the red light and the stop sign camera fund.
So
It
this
was
was,
originally budgeted in red light and stop sign camera fund in fiscal year '26 because the department did not have sufficient time to complete the budget. So this Green Homes and Business Grant is being reappropriated and carried forward to '27, and that they can use this money in fiscal year '27.
I cannot believe we put this in the
I
stop
think the Public Works Director can explain that because this is the item that is presented by her.
And then I just want to confirm, oh, go ahead.
Mr. McNally, I see your hand raised. Do you want to chime in on that item?
No, sorry, apologies. I was thinking of another item.
Okay, so as you all well know, sometimes in order to incorporate some of the council priorities into the budget that are unable to fit within the general fund, sometimes we utilize some of our other funding funds as a source. And so I believe what you're saying, Director Chung, is that in FY26 for the Green Homes and Business Grant, that the city and city staff and city council approved the allocation of those grant dollars to be in the red light camera fund.
Correct.
And the red light camera fund, the speed camera fund, I believe, is the one that allows for the flexibility of uses. Is that right?
So this is in the red light camera expenditure
The
line.
red light includes both the speed camera as well as the.
The speed camera fund is no longer available.
Okay, so
because
the
this-
red light
this-
camera
this-
allows for that level of flexibility
Yeah.
where we can use it for more than just public safety.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And so that's the same that that took place for the library construction contingency?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just need to check. 'cause I feel like-
So, yeah, the library contingency fund was a budget amendment in fiscal year '26. In the second budget amendment of fiscal year '26, it was originally $80,000, and the library only spent about $5,000. So that's why it has a remaining balance about, let me see, $75,621 left. So they are carrying over to fiscal year '27. And that's why we put it as reappropriate the unused expenditure of the library construction contingency from '26 to '27.
Thank you. And I will be the first to admit, I remember the budget.
Yes.
I don't always remember all of the pieces in the amendments, so.
Yeah, it was a budget amendment, and it was put into the red light camera, and it was like, okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamon.
Oh, sorry, old light.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So in the table at the end of the memo, the general fund table here,
Okay.
where you show a net, excuse me, you show a deficiency of revenues over expenditures. So if I understand you correctly, that's a point in time. It's temporary. When we close the books on last year, then there will be money going into the unassigned reserves.
Yes.
Yeah,
this-
so
yes,
not
this
to
is-
freak out that our deficit is going up.
Yes,
Okay,
this
I
is-
just wanted to get that clear.
This is the general fund presentation in the adopted budget, okay? If you, the adopted budget is still work in progress. It will be available sometime in August. And when the adopted budget available, if you look at the page for the general fund summary, you see that our revenue, total revenue, at that point of fiscal year 27, which we established our budget on May 13. At that time, our revenue was 32.9 million, and our expenditure is higher. You can see that it's 34.8 million. So when expenditure is higher than revenue, it causes us to have a deficit, and the deficit is $1.9 million.
But this does indicate that the deficit is going up by the $19,000.
But it's a point in time, it's gonna change again, right?
Yeah,
Because-
this is not the actual expenditure. This is just an estimated revenue at that point of time and estimated expenditure at that point of time. And when we established the budget, it was May 2026. But if we close the book in the following year, the number would change.
It's an estimate based on what we expected to have at the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
So that is a point in time, but it may not change substantially. So for instance, if the estimation was correct, then that does represent your budget deficit. So it's not like that number will suddenly drastically change. There will be some difference, but this is an estimate of the actual deficit.
And I think this will likely be when we get to the ACFR. I think this will be the first time with the use of the new execution rate estimates that we may, I think I will say, I will speak for myself. I grew accustomed to not necessarily freaking out because we would get the ACFR at the end and usually it would be a lot lower and it would balance. But because we've done some different estimations this time around, I will say I'm not definitively sure on how off the mark we may be when we get to the point where we're closing the financial books.
Yes, you're correct. Because I was just looking at the preliminary financial statement for fiscal year 26. And I understand the concept of the salary savings. And then at that time of fiscal year, at the adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget, we implemented this new theory called salary saving, and the total is $1.48 million. And that amount is put into our interdepartmental division. Unfortunately, when I'm looking into our recent expenditure, especially in the personnel expenditure, it looks like that our original budget and expenditure are pretty close. We do not have that gap of 1.48. We may be significantly lower. So we'll see what happens, because right now my staff is still working on the payroll accrual, because the end of our payroll for June, it fell on the 13th of June. So from 14th of June until the end of June, we need to do payroll accrual, meaning that we have to put the accrual in our books for fiscal year 26 to know exactly how much personnel costs would be. Right now, we do not know, okay? After the payroll accrual, we will have a more clear picture of what the total expenditure of the personnel costs would be. And at that time, I can clearly tell you what our salary savings amount would be. But we, in fiscal year 26, we estimated a salary saving of 1.48 million, which is the 6% of our total personnel expenditure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak?
Quick question. I understood you to say, and I just want to make sure I understood this correctly, that if I'm looking at the same table that I think Councilmember DeBala was directing us to, the last page of the cover sheet, General Fund FY27 Adopted Budget and First Amendment, that where it says police First Amendment budget increase 24,000, that's no longer correct?
Yes.
So
you're-
that
you're
would
correct.
mean that we would have a total expenditure of a negative 5,000?
That is correct. This 24,000 will be removed
Right.
by the
okay.
first reading.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood
as
that
of
right.
today. But this document was prepared on last week
Okay.
and was posted in the on the website on Friday. That's why
Mm-hmm.
this document is not updated with the information that I received today.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted
Thank
to make
you.
sure that was correct because that would
Good
adjust
catch,
the
good catch.
unassigned reserve ratio to basically be back
Yes,
where we're
yes.
at right now
Yes.
almost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. I've just been, my question concerns with Budget Amendment 1, we always have the carryover items of unspent funds. And typically when I'm initially reviewing budget amendments, I'm looking for those carryovers, and it's like, oh, well, that's, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's not affecting our bottom line. And so I'm relieved. But I am asking tonight whether there are an unusually high number of carryovers this year. I was doing some of the math, and it appears to me that when you just look at reappropriations and leaving out things like, oh, a grant just came in, or this summer program doesn't start until July, it appears that there may be as much as, let me just quickly do the rest of the math. In the general fund, about $2.5 million that wasn't spent, that we had appropriated for actions to be taken in fiscal year 26. So we appropriated the money in May 25. And at this point, in July 26, it's for a variety of reasons, it has not been spent. And
Yes.
then within this special revenue fund, I believe when I added that up, it was 937,000 of carryovers. And in the
The special revenue fund, the carryover is about, let me see, 300
reappropriations, I mean.
387 reappropriation, 387 for reappropriation. There is a new grant, there are new grant awards that it's color-coded in salmon, and that is 390,000. And those are the budget increase because of the new grant award.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I had not counted those. I was starting on the second page of the table with special revenue fund, and leaving out the salmon-colored rows. I counted just under 400,000 on that page. On the next page, maybe that was where I made my mistake. But anyway, it's several $100,000
Yes,
in
yes,
the
you're
special
correct.
revenue fund that went unspent.
Yes.
And then in red light and stop sign camera, I'm seeing about 682,000 that went unspent. And so, it's just that basic big question of, are we over allocating money? And the I guess the corollary question is, did we over allocate money in FY26? And then for FY27, have we over allocated money because everyone's still trying to catch up on unfinished work from the previous year? I'm trying to understand whether, is this normal to see that percentage of budgeted funds go unspent?
To tell you the truth, very frankly, yes. Every year on the first budget amendment, there are a lot of departments have unspent fund in the previous year. and they want to move it to the next fiscal year. And when I am receiving the budget amendment request, I want to make sure that it is truly remaining funds in the system. So my job is, doing the due diligence, is double checking every request they make that truly represent there is remaining fund in the account. If not, then I will turn it back to them saying that you don't have sufficient fund, you cannot carry over. So this is a part of the year. Every year in July, it looks like this is the ritual of the city, that a lot of the department have remaining money in the previous year, but they do not want to lose that approved budget. So they want to move the fund that cannot be used in the prior year to the next year, and to be able to continue the contract. Because you need to understand, the budget was approved in fiscal year 26, and they started to have a contract set up with some contractor. Once the contractor started the job, but they were not able to finish the job. The contract is still there. We have to complete the contract in some way. So the funds has to move to the next fiscal year in order to complete the project.
Does this happen at the same, thank you for the explanation.
Yes.
Does this happen at the same rate, to your knowledge, in cities that have 2-year budget cycles?
I have no experience with local government with 2-year budget cycle, but for us, City of Tacoma Park, it is very normal that we have this budget carryover at the beginning of July.
Okay, and one other thing is, it's to my
Could I
colleagues.
build on her answer? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
yeah.
Thank you. It's not unusual at all for cities transferring from one fiscal year to another to have carryovers based primarily on capital projects that haven't been fully expensed. As Susan said, there are contracts, so council has allocated money in the particular fiscal year. It may not have been all expensed, and you want obviously to continue that project into the next year. We've had that with several capital projects that we've had. In this case, it's even showing a traffic study. It wasn't fully expensed yet. Could be a variety of reasons why there's delays. Could be regulatory and permitting, and could be a number of different things. Weather, staging by the contractor, a lot of different reasons. There's also typically a balance of, in many projects, many CIP projects, a balance left over that you have in the first fiscal year. You would have budgeted X. You didn't spend, it didn't require because you've gone out to bid during that time, and ultimately spent less than was originally estimated, so that there's some balance that carries over, and you want to be able to reappropriate it to, to some place. So this kind of thing is very common.
Yes, thank you. And I guess my core concern would be whether whether this is, as you said, Director Chung, a ritual of the city, perhaps because staff are being asked to do more than they simply can get done in 12 months. I understand how there are carryovers and unavoidable delays, but you want to have the money allocated so that you can get the job started. But it might be interesting to my colleagues for us to consider requesting some across the years tracking of just what are the overall numbers of carryovers, so that if we see it creeping up, maybe that might raise a question like, are we overtaxing staff capacity? So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. And I would just say in response to your question, we have in the past flagged certain projects that just keep carrying over. Quite frankly, no offense to Mr. Kelly, but Community Connectors was one of them that just kept going and going and going. And so I think the thing that gives me a little bit of comfort this time around is the sheer number of items that are either grant related, which you understand that's why there are delays,
Yeah.
or capital related, which
Correct.
Director Braithwaite has programmed my brain to understand
Yeah.
that when you're dealing with a lot of these things, the weather matters, and they can't do the work until the weather is nice enough for them to do work, and therefore a lot of these projects move over
Yeah.
within the next year.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Mayor.
Thank you so much. So
Thank
just as a
you.
reminder for everyone, this item will come back to us for a vote. It will be edited. There'll be
It
some
will be
changes.
edited, yes. In the first reading.
But it will come back to us as a first reading.
Yes.
All right, so the last work session this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping it'll be relatively short, given that there was just a little bit of edits that were made to the resolution that was shared with the council back in March. And so one of the things, for those that may not remember, we had the conversation regarding the transition of the 4 to 2 year terms. There was an act of God, which prevented us from having the public hearing. And so we were presented with a couple of resolutions, one of which was the city council approach and community engagement on transitioning mayor and council member term lengths from 2 to 4 years. At the time, council seemed in support of this resolution, but we wanted to make sure that we were able to follow up with the Board of Elections, see what kind of feedback they had, and then edit accordingly. The key takeaway, without getting into specifics regarding the modifications, was we wanted to make sure we gave ourselves more time to engage the community and to kind of hear back from folks. We also wanted to give ourselves, or give the board, some direction and more time to kind of see whether or not some of the challenges that they were experiencing in terms of workload could be addressed through some new technologies, additional staff, consultants, those kinds of things. So you have in your packet a revised version of the resolution, as well as the board's feedback on the resolution. It's in the track changes. Yep. Correct. Yes, so you should have the revised.
Point of clarification on that. When did we get these comments from the board? Are these like contemporaneous from this draft, or do they date to some previous time?
So these are
The pink.
correct.
comments.
The pink relate to the version that they commented on was the version that you all saw in March. So this is the feedback on the original version. The version that I have attached is edits that were made in response.
And the new one that we just got this evening doesn't have anything in yellow. There's a highlighted one in the first version that we were sent.
Yes.
But did the yellow then indicate that it was newly added?
Correct.
So the version that we are looking at now, it's still newly added. I
Yes.
just want to clarify for people that are looking at it, because I got confused. What are the changes between the two drafts, given that that's still new?
I'm going to walk you through it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Y'all gonna let me walk you through it? I'm prepared to walk y'all through it. Is everybody ready to get walked through? All right.
Let's dance.
Okay. So, as I was saying, the version that you see with the track changes is the original version that you all saw back in March, which the Board of Elections provided feedback on. We also had the Youth Council to provide some comments. Their comments came in a little closer to now, but they didn't have many comments. There was one person who provided some feedback in support of moving to a 4-year term, but it wasn't enough of members of the Youth Council that provided feedback in order for us to ultimately say that that was the will of the Youth Council. So let's walk through changes. So the key takeaway from the board's comments on the first page of the resolution, there was some concern that we were, while technically accurate in terms of describing the report and the need of some of the addressing some of the administrative concerns that they had. They wanted it to be clear. It was like, it's technically accurate, but there are benefits to moving to a 4-year term. And so they wanted us to at least acknowledge that there are other benefits besides the administrative costs related to our specific elections. So if you look on, yep, it is in the first and the second comments. So I added a whereas clause, the second whereas clause, and that it says, whereas evidence suggests 4-year terms provide greater policy continuity and long-term planning, reduce election costs and administrative burdens, lessen voter fatigue, increase turnout, and enable more substantive legislative work. And that was pulled from the citations that the board members provided. I also deleted what was in the original version, and you will see it's highlighted in the version to the board, the 1, 2, 3, 4th whereas, where he said on page 22, the board recommended as a minimum priority, the city evaluate either moving elections off year or adjusting term lengths for 2 to 4 and weighing voter turnout against potential administrative benefits. I removed that language because in a later comment, they actually said that there was concern about moving to the off year in terms of voter turnout. And it highlighted this concern about it being so focused. It was right, but it was just a little too focused on the administrative needs. So I didn't think that that really added too much to the story, so just got rid of that whereas clause. And then on the next page, the board made a comment on the whereas clause on the second page that they felt like, and this was a common theme in the remaining comments, that they felt like they didn't have very much to contribute in terms of resident education. My takeaway is that their belief is that, hey, this is something that you as a council, if you want to engage and hear from folks about this process, don't necessarily need the board to do that. So the only edit that was made, that whereas originally read, the city council also desires to receive additional support from the board and resident feedback on whether term lengths for the city council members and the mayor should be changed from 2 to 4 years. That has been revised to whereas the city council also desires to receive additional resident feedback on whether the term lengths and for the city council members and the mayor should be changed from 2 to 4 years. So it's just taking the board out of it and putting the onus on us. And then the place where more of the substantial changes were made were part of the whereas clauses. So just summarizing the resolve clauses, just summarizing the board's feedback, they agree that with some of the things that and just to kind of remind folks, they made some of the changes in terms of the technology that they're using and the like. Those were some things that more recently they have adopted. And so it seemed clear that their hope is that some of the things that they are instituting or have instituted will address some of the challenges that they're experiencing. They agree that, yes, they can come back to us to kind of talk about what those results were and the impact that it had. But they did not think that, again, they needed to do any additional community education and outreach. So what I did was combined what was originally the first resolve and the last resolve and placing the emphasis on the board coming back to the council. So that resolve now reads, now therefore be it resolved that in light of the Board of Elections' new election technology. Now, that is one of the edits that was made, because I know Councilmember DeBala, you had an edit. And that was one of the differences between the highlighted version and this one. That in light of the Board of Elections' new election technology, the City Council will work with the board to assess how the solution affects the city's ability to advance critical priorities identified in the 2024 Board of Elections report, including priorities related to long-term sustainability of the city's election system. The board shall provide a report to the City Council in summer 2027, summarizing lessons learned from implementation of the technology solution and offering recommendations to further support election sustainability. The thought being, if part of the concern is how much work our board is facing in terms of administering our elections, we kind of need to find out how this thing worked and whether or not it actually did alleviate some of the administrative burdens that they were experiencing. So that was that resolve clause. And then the second resolve clause, again, puts that onus back on the council. So be it further resolved that the City Council will work with our staff, not necessarily the board, to engage residents about election terms and lengths. Outreach efforts may include community meetings, surveys, city newsletter articles. Special attention will be given to outreach involving youth, non-U.S. citizens, and all segments of the community to ensure diverse perspectives are considered. And I do think that we could have some bi-directional meetings as a council with the community to kind of get that feedback. So I wanted to keep that there so it's clear that what we're trying to do is make sure that the future council or the council next year knows that, hey, probably should wait and see what you get back from the board and make sure the board is giving that feedback to the council. And then, hey, council, you should solicit feedback from the community in a robust way before making a final decision in terms of moving forward. So that's just summarizing the changes that were made. And so the reason I'm bringing this back is because it was out there, but we never officially voted on the resolution. So yeah, we never officially voted. And so what I do want to make sure that we do, especially if there is a perception out there that a future council is going to pick this up, that we actually vote on it and outline the path forward. So any questions? I gave us a bye week on this, so we don't have to be here all night. So we won't vote on this next week because I wanted to give folks some time to sit with it. I just wanted to kind of walk people through the edits and then give you some time to provide feedback. But happy to answer any questions folks have. Councilmember Layman.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for walking us through how these edits came to pass. I think it was very helpful. However, there is one area that I feel that the resolution creates more of a momentum towards a four-year term than I feel was necessarily appropriate based on the feedback that we got at the city council meetings, not the hearing that we were not able to have, granted, but, and also from feedback that I know I received quite an extensive amount of. And I also thought that it currently does not actually reflect both sides of the issue as presented in the board's report, which identified pros and cons of the four-year change. So in order to make it more balanced between what is currently in here in the second whereas clause, I want to propose an additional whereas clause to provide the other side of this coin, but also identifying the fact that, as you said in your cover memo, and you noted, we couldn't hold the public hearing. So I will read you what I want to suggest, and then I can hand it out, because we're going to talk about this next week.
We're not going to talk about it, but we have a bye week to provide.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna reconsider that. We're not voting tonight. We're just, so my suggestion is a whereas clause as follows, and this is obviously a first draft. Whereas although the city council could not hold a public hearing on the proposed four-year term charter amendment due to inclement weather, the council did receive public comments indicating that some voters see disadvantages to longer terms, including 1, reduced accountability to voters, 2, increased difficulty of recruiting candidates, and 3, a loss of opportunity for youth voting, several of these issues of which were flagged by the Elections Board. And that is a bit of a counterbalance to the current draft, because in the Election Board report, they do actually list the potential drawbacks of a four-year term, and we definitely did hear some of that feedback from the people who came and spoke during public comments. So if we are going to include the evidence suggests paragraph, which I would be fine with deleting, because I think it does not go to why we're doing this necessarily. But if it is going to be included, I think we need to have a balancing statement that also reflects the other side of the coin. And in the context of doing that, I think it is appropriate to give ourselves credit for having tried to hold the public hearing that we could not hold. But we did receive quite a bit of public input. So that's my suggestion. I'll pass out the language
That would be
so
helpful.
people can see it.
Thank
And for
you.
the clerk, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you might email it around too.
Councilmember DeBala?
Oh, am I next? I'm sorry. I can't speak to anybody else, but I also received feedback from residents that liked the idea. So we'd have to work on making sure that if we're going to talk about public comment we received, that we reflect the public comment that we all received. So I'm not sure that's the best phrasing. But to include the pros and the cons in some form, does make a little bit of sense. But to label it the public comments, only one side of the public comments, I don't think is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. And I think it might be useful to also just make sure that we can link to the literature that was shared by the board, kind of counterbalancing both. So if you could send the language, I'll take a look at what they provided before to kind of see if it could be written in a way that's a little bit more objective in terms of the pros and the cons. Yeah. Thank you.
A point of information, can I, since we
Yes.
discussed it, I can just.
You can just
without
email
an
it to the
OMA
group. That would be
violation.
really helpful.
All right, I will send it around.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Searcy, for explaining this and the rationale behind these changes. And I just had two things. One is that if you count down to the fifth and the sixth whereas, they seem to be kind of in conflict or tension with each other, because the fifth says that the city council ... resolved to review and adjust policies and schedules to provide additional onboarding time. So it said that we resolved to take action to help folks new to the council with onboarding time. And then the sixth whereas says that it implies that the need for improved methods to effectively onboard new council members is in some ways so difficult to solve that we're also at the same time jumping to examining the impact of transitioning council term lengths to 4 years. So it seems like we're saying, let's try some fixes here, but we already know that it's so hard that we need to examine 4-year terms at the same time. Does that make sense?
Except for, yeah. So I think it was acknowledging that we had received two separate things. The first was the Board of Elections report that included recommendations for the council in order to address the election system sustainability. And then we also had the resolution where we had the Council Compensation Committee that said, hey, you need to take a look at the policies or the schedule for those newly onboarded, because they're coming in so close to when it's time for them to actually start budgeting. And basically that short time frame, there was little room for a runway for people to get up and running. And so the idea is if there is a concern about folks, particularly in that first year, not having enough time to get up and running. We have such a tight amount of time in a 2-year term. I thought that the takeaway was, hey, we could talk about this, because I think it did come up when we were talking about the council compensation committee recommendations. We could talk about this as it relates to the 4-year terms, because if we had a longer term, you could, in theory, push back some things a little bit more because you would have more time. But when you're dealing with a 2-year, you don't have that much time. So when folks are coming on, you have to get them up and running. Now, I can clarify that language to make it a little clearer that we're talking about 2 separate council demands or a council ask, one from the Board of Elections, the other from the Council Compensation Committee. And it really is just related to how do we balance the timing of everything?
Okay, thank you. It's the underlying thing is, I think it's better for whereas statements not themselves to be debatable. They're kind of contextualizing. And I don't think we have consensus around the 6th whereas at this point, that we think that, I don't know that we have consensus that the need for improved methods to effectively onboard new council members already calls us to examine the 4-year terms idea. Some of us may think that, some may not. So if there's a way that I'd much appreciate if there's a way you could clarify that this is sort of a non-debatable piece of context that arises from some input from, somebody. I can send that in an email.
Yep, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The other piece was just that going through all of this and then getting to the first resolve, it seems to come out of nowhere because nothing previously has mentioned the new election technology. And so it kind of seems like a non sequitur. I feel that we need at least one whereas explaining what is this new election technology? When is it being implemented? What have we been told it may change?
There is some of that in their comments, actually.
Yeah. I can work with the city clerk to add a whereas clause on that. That's an easy fix.
Thanks.
Councilmember Westlake?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that one of the things that I've had a big question mark is kind of the name of the resolution overall. And I'm going to come up with something, and I'll some proposed language to share. But I think how in that 6th whereas, where it says ends with examining the impact of transitioning council term lengths to 4 years, I feel like that type of description makes more sense for what we're calling this entire resolution, that this resolution is about we're looking into it. And I feel like that kind of intention is missing the way it's worded now. So I will send something to you all to chew on.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, one last shot here. Thank you. One last comment. So in terms of the pros and cons, would the election board be okay if are referring to their 2026 memo as a place where many, not all, of the pros and cons are mentioned? And then that's a easier way to, rather than try to list them and then get all into the nitty gritty. So that's a thought.
Yep.
Point of clarification, you mean substitute that for what's there and what I proposed? Just
I
something that
think-
alludes to their memo but doesn't try and.
Doesn't try to list it.
Pull out this, that, and the other?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but something along those lines, because they do list all of these. What I'm not sure about is whether that's okay with that.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
All right.
Okay. All right. Seeing no more lights, and it's not midnight. All right, everybody have a fantastic night.